the portion towards the right of your screen. If you can imagine how they're seating upright, their displays would sort of be looking up towards the direction the nose cone is opened up. And behind them is the trunk of the spacecraft. So that top side, the black shiny part, is actually our solar panels on the body of the spacecraft. And below that, the white side of the spacecraft is the radiator. So that's where we're radiating away our heat generated by the avionics and the electronic hardware aboard the vehicle, and of course from Bob and Doug themselves, generating a little bit of heat based on how much physical activity and exertion they're doing. Right now it looks like they're pretty comfortable, just kind of hanging out in their suits.
And actually the vestibule leak check has started, and so they're testing to ensure the solidarity of those seals between the hatches. And as we saw earlier, they checked to make sure there was no foreign object debris or FOD, so that they would have a clean seal and be able to complete this leak check successfully, another step toward undocking.
These leak checks should be pretty fast. They'll be looking to see if there's any pressure rise on the vestibule itself, which would indicate pressure coming through the forward hatch seal.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Vestibule thermal stabilization is complete and the leak check period has started. Additionally, the Dragon to Ground path is now available. If you would like to swap one of your audio destinations to Dragon to Ground, I am happy to support a comm check at this time.
Okay, Bob will do that.
SpaceX Dragon comm checks Dragon to Ground.
I hear you loud and clear. How me?
And Anna, you came in very quiet. I'll bump up that channel and maybe we could try it again.
Copy. How is this?
That's a little bit better, Anna, but I've got it cranked up to be able to hear you, just for your awareness. A little bit different volume between the big loop and hearing you on the big loop and hearing you on Dragon to Ground.
Copy. I will make sure to talk loudly into the Dragon to Ground path.
And Dragon, Houston on Dragon to Ground for a comm check. How do you copy me?
And Houston, we have you loud and clear on Dragon to Ground.
Actually, my bad. I was not on the correct loop. Comm check again on Dragon to Ground from Houston.
Okay, Leslie, we have you loud and clear on Dragon to Ground. Much clearer, much less echo on this loop than the big loop.
That's a good data point, and we also have you loud and clear down here.
So we just heard some comm checks between the crew aboard the Crew Dragon and the core here on the ground, and then with the Capcom in Houston. They're two very similar positions. We call ours the Capcom because it stands for Capsule Communicator, and we are in a capsule once again. For a few years there, obviously, we were flying a space shuttle, so not quite a capsule, but before that we had Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, all capsules, and this person was once used to be typically an astronaut so that they could communicate any specific details about the vehicle, especially based on their previous experience. Now we have Capcoms who are not necessarily astronauts, but obviously very, very well studied in the vehicle.
Yeah, the way we refer to them is the crew's advocate on the ground. They're trying to think of things ahead of their crew and have information that the crew might need where but they tend to act as the advocate for the crew on the ground, letting them know where equipment might be stored in the vehicle, letting them know of upcoming steps. If there's any troubleshooting that the crew need to do or information that the crew need, they interact with the crew. Typically also train very closely with the crew in simulations and also during their training periods to get them familiar with all of the procedures that they need to operate in the spacecraft. Now, during those comm checks, there was some discussion about the big loop and Dragon to ground and space to ground, a lot of different loops. Really what a loop just refers to is a communications link. Operators all have the ability to talk on these loops and provide real-time communication. Usually they are redundant loops, so if you had a problem with one of the comm systems, then there's a redundant backup so you can ensure you have good voice communication with the crew. And once we get away from space station outside of the keep-out sphere and the approach ellipsoid, we'll actually transition to what's referred to as Dragon to ground. So we'll be issuing a lot of that communication via Dragon's transmitters through those TDRS satellites back to ground.
So as we mentioned earlier, 63 days aboard the International Space Station for these two spacefarers. Was not their first flight. They both had two previous shuttle missions, and they both have families that are very excited to see them once they get home. I know some folks here around at SpaceX refer to them as the space dads. Both have young boys, and I know that they have to be excited to get back to their families soon.
And the space dads actually brought a cool zero-G indicator up with them. An apatosaurus, a kind of sparkly apatosaurus, who was sitting in the seat next to them for the ride up. And as I understand, their sons actually voted that that was going to be the zero-G indicator between the two of them.
They're also bringing something really interesting and with a lot of history to it back to the ground. There was an American flag aboard the International Space Station that flew on the first space shuttle mission and the final space shuttle mission, and it was left aboard the space station. That way it could be retrieved by the next crew who launched from America, and so they are also bringing home that piece of history as well.
Yeah, so I was looking up some facts earlier. The first space shuttle mission in April 1981. So that flag has been to space quite a while, and it's been on station now for about 9 years, which is a pretty long time to be in space.
Yeah, it's probably traveled more miles than any human ever, or any astronaut ever, for sure.
So if you're just joining us, we're currently looking at two views inside the Dragon spacecraft. Right now in the seats are spacecraft commander Doug Hurley on the left-hand side, or in the left-hand seat, and Behnken, the joint operations commander, in the right-hand seat. The crew got on board. They've had a relatively busy day packing cargo on board the spacecraft. They closed the forward hatch and the APAS hatch on the pressurized mating adapter on the International Space Station side. And they're currently in the middle of a vestibule leak check. So the vestibule, the space in between the two spacecraft being the International Space Station and Dragon. So we've brought that down to about 5 psi at this point, and verifying that there's no leakage from either side.
The International Space Station is also in the current proper configuration for that departure. They do something called feathering the solar arrays, and so what they do is they turn and lock them at an angle. That way, when Dragon leaves the space station, obviously it's going to use its thrusters, and those thrusters have exhaust that are emitted, and we don't want those to contaminate any of the solar cells on the arrays because that makes them less functional. They can't perform as well if they're coated in exhaust, and so those exhaust plumes avoid the solar arrays because they are feathered. And we also just don't want to put extra stress on the solar arrays. So it sounds like the International Space Station and is set up well for the upcoming departure of Crew Dragon.
And as kind of a preview of what's happening on the ground side, so operators and mission control in Houston, and of course operators here in mission control on Hawthorne, looking at the health of the vehicle systems. Right now we are in what are called joint operations because of our proximity to the International Space Station. And so in joint operations, the flight director out of Houston is actually the prime authority for any commanding or anything that'll occur up in space close to the International Space Station. So both teams are conducting health checks against a set of what we refer to as flight rules to check on the health of the vehicle, configuration of the vehicle, and then verifying that their procedures are go for undocking. All those checks happening concurrently with this leak check.
Yeah, and we'll be in those joint operations through the exit of the approach ellipsoid. So there are two invisible lines, sort of, that vehicles cross upon arrival and departure from the International Space Station, and these help us govern, we have specific rules for each one that the vehicle shouldn't cross if they violate any of those. And so some of those, for the keep-out sphere, that smaller sphere around the space station, we call that for orbit safe. So if the Dragon were for some reason lose control of any of its thrusters, it would be safe for 4 orbits if like not hitting the International Space Station if it's inside that keep-out sphere. And then the approach ellipsoid has a little bit of a lesser time frame. You need to be 24 hours safe. And that gives time for the teams on the ground to troubleshoot anything that might arise, as we mentioned, if there were some reason they couldn't send commands to the vehicle or the vehicle couldn't be commanded by the astronauts. So those are typically hold points on the way up for our visiting vehicles. But on the way home, we won't be stopping any. We'll be heading straight for Earth with a splashdown planned for tomorrow.
Here's an external view of the Dragon spacecraft from the International Space Station. That structure that you see, kind of hemispherical structure on the top, is actually the nose cone. And then on the right-hand side of your screen is that pressurized mating adapter that we saw the crew in earlier. So Commander Chris Cassidy aboard the space station, closing the APAS hatch and Node 2 forward hatch on those two. And of course, Bob and Doug closing the Dragon forward hatch. And much later on in the mission, right before we are planning to step into, right before we really re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, we'll end up closing that nose cone to protect the sensors and thrusters that live underneath it.
Another thing we'll also see happen is the jettison of the trunk. And so the trunk was on the end of Crew Dragon. You could see it had the solar cells wrapped around it, helping Dragon gather power from the sun. And that'll be removed. You can see it again. It's got some fins on it back there. That will not return to Earth with the Crew Dragon capsule. That will actually burn up upon reentry into the Earth's atmosphere. And that's where, on the way up, we would be able to store any unpressurized cargo. So if there were something that we'd like to install on the outside of the International Space Station, that would be a good place to put it, and the astronauts could use that. It's an extra trunk. I mean, it's exactly what it is. So it's not for any of their personal luggage, but it's great for any of that unpressurized cargo.
Yeah, those aerodynamic fins are actually pretty important. If there were a launch escape event, those aerodynamic fins provide stability to the vehicle as it were to separate from Falcon 9. Of course, we didn't need to see that during this mission, and hopefully we won't see that ever since the in-flight abort mission that happened. And the back on the trunk also contains the thermal coolant loops for the vehicle, so we radiate away heat to space. Of course, on planet Earth, you can sort of just push a breeze by you to get some nice cooling, but in space you have to radiate away all that heat because it's a vacuum around you, so you can't take advantage of convective heat transfer away from the spacecraft. Although, interesting tidbit, there is just enough of an atmosphere to be a drag, and actually the International Space Station needs to do periodic reboosts to stay in its orbit, right?
And they did one of those very recently. That was factored into Dragon's departure procedures as the International Space Station used its thrusters to reboost it, and in preparation for this October, when it will have a Soyuz vehicle arrive with some brand new crew members. And so this was factored into Dragon's departure sequence, knowing at which altitude the International Space Station would be flying. And it looks right now the International Space Station is flying 262 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean. It looks like they will be crossing into North America soon, and specifically coming up over the coast of Oregon.
Kind of a preview of what's coming up next. Currently conducting a leak check of the vestibule. Now, particularly important because any breathable gas that you bring with you into space is what you bring on your spaceship. So the International Space Station with a supply of breathable gases, and of course Dragon with tanks aboard that contain nitrogen and oxygen, and the life support system providing periodic injections of oxygen to keep the cabin at about 20 to 25% oxygen, which is about what we would have actually here on Earth. So doing a leak check, making sure that we're not losing any of that precious breathable gas through the forward hatch seal, which has been open really this entire time while we've been on space station.
We've seen a few milestones happen so far today. Of course, we've got a lot to look forward to, but we saw the Dragon hatch close earlier after Bob and Doug were safely inside. Shortly thereafter, Chris Cassidy closed the space station side. That's the A-Pass hatch, and then eventually the Node 2 hatch. That allowed us to step into this vestibule depressurization period, bringing that space in between those hatches down to as close to a vacuum as we can possibly bring it before departure later. So yes, now conducting those leak checks, and then we will be looking for a go, no-go for undock coming up at 4:20 Pacific.
So during that go, no-go for undocking, ground operators will be looking at the health of the vehicle systems, verifying that everything seems pressure and leak tight, verifying the configurations of both the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. And then we'll actually expect to hear a call up to the crew, see if they're ready to come on home. And then ground operators here in Hawthorne will issue a command to the Dragon spacecraft that will begin the process of detaching the umbilicals that are providing power and telemetry from the space station to the Dragon spacecraft, and then actually removing those 12 hard capture hooks that are keeping the vestibule leak tight right now. The Dragon will do a couple of undocking burns as well, short little thrusts.
Yes, two.
From the service section.
Very short. Well, actually, specifically be 1.5 seconds and then another for 5 seconds. So I think Gary described them earlier as pulses. I think that's a great way to describe them rather than necessarily as long as a burn. But even our departure burns later are short to start off with. Departure burn 0 looking to be about 12 seconds long, and then departure burn 1 for 20 seconds. And those increase the opening rate between the spacecraft and the International Space Station. And after that departure burn 1, they can take off their suits, get comfortable, and relax until time for that deorbit burn tomorrow.
Yeah, the deorbit burn is a pretty big burn, and the departure phasing burn is actually a very large burn. Departure phasing should last about 6 minutes or so, and the deorbit burn will actually be on the order of 9 to 10 minutes. Definitely the largest thrusts of at least the return portion of the mission. And for the phasing burn, that's really to line us up with our potential landing site over Pensacola in the Gulf of Mexico. And the deorbit burn will reduce our perigee, or the lowest point of Dragon's orbit, so that we end up getting caught by the Earth's atmosphere. Dragon will actually then get a chance to use its heat shield and slow down against the Earth's atmosphere. And then once we get to the right sort of pressure characteristics and altitude characteristics as sensed by the vehicle. Then we'll have the drogue chutes deploy, slow us down even further before finally seeing those 4 main chutes deploy that'll bring Dragon down to a nice gentle landing in the ocean.
And I learned something really interesting about parachutes. So whenever you see those drogue chutes deploy, they don't automatically inflate right away. That's because they're doing something called reefing, and that keeps the air from flowing into the parachute too quickly and shocking the parachute system on Crew Dragon. So they expand very slowly and begin to slow the vehicle down rather than all at once and giving a jolt to the spacecraft.
Yeah, and actually even with the drogue chutes and the main chutes opening slowly, Bob and Doug will still experience somewhere between 4 and 5 Gs of acceleration. So, 1 G is what we experience sort of just standing here. If you can imagine yourself being 4 times or 5 times as heavy just for that brief period of time, that's about how much force they'll experience. Of course, both of them test pilots. Test pilots usually train up to, depending on if you're in the Navy or the Air Force, 7 to 9 Gs. So nothing that they're probably unfamiliar with.
So you've got this really good close-up view of Crew Dragon attached to the International Space Station. That's the Node 2 forward hatch. You can see the nose cone is open. That will be closed later after the departure burn and prior to re-entry, but that is how the astronauts ingressed or entered the International Space Station when they arrived 63 days ago, and how they exited the space station when they prepared to depart today. So this is a great view, and that's where we will begin to see some movement once that undocking command is sent later this afternoon. So some more facts about our astronauts today. We mentioned that they have had 2 previous flights on the space shuttle, and this is their first flight not on a space shuttle, and so they both just logged 63 days aboard the space station. It'll be 64 by the time they return home. So Doug Hurley will have a total of 93 days in space over his 3 space flights, 2 on the shuttles, including that last shuttle mission. And then Bob Behnken will have logged a total of 92 days in space over his 3 flights. So very close there. But adding up some time aboard the International Space Station.
And Bob Behnken actually getting some pretty cool opportunities to conduct a number of spacewalks with Chris Cassidy, going outside the space station, conducting some work to replace power units and batteries on the space station?
Yes, they actually replaced some older nickel hydrogen batteries with some newer lithium ion batteries, and these upgrades have been going on for a few years now. And the astronauts were very efficient. They conducted 4 spacewalks, Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken. And in the meantime, Doug Hurley was inside, and he was controlling the Canadarm2. That's the robotic arm on the International Space Station. And so all 3 with a very important role in those spacewalks. And it became quite a milestone for Behnken and Cassidy. They both now have conducted 10 spacewalks in their career, and that ties them with the most spacewalks by an American astronaut. They're now tied with 10 with Mike Lopez Alegria and Peggy Whitson.
Dragon SpaceX, we had a good vestibule leak check.
I can copy. It's good news. Thank you.
There's confirmation from the core of successful leak check on the vestibule. That means 1 more milestone down and getting ready for undock.
Yeah, and that wraps up the completion of those leak checks, as you mentioned, in that small space between Crew Dragon and the space station, the vestibule. It was brought down from a pressure of, it looked like 14.1 pounds per square inch, and then to 5. So they had that hold period and then conducted leak checks. But that 14.1 was the same as the rest of the station. Now they are offset quite a bit, and so they're going to bring that all the way down to vacuum, since that's what they will be exposed to, the hatches, once Crew Dragon Endeavour begins its journey home.
Yeah, and actually, if we didn't bring that space down to vacuum, then it would almost act like a thruster. There'd be a little bit of pressure left up in there, and so as the seals came, or as the seals were sort of opened up and we removed those hard capture hooks, we'd see a little propulsive thrust. And of course, being this close to station, we want every maneuver to be very carefully choreographed. So trying to make sure there's as little energy imparted by that little bit of pressure in the mating adapter. So actually now would be a great time to hear what's going on at Mission Control Houston and get an update on the space station. Gary, can you let us know how it's going?
Hey Shiva, we're watching the depressurization of the vestibule now. It's a little bit less than 4.5 psi, a little bit slower than what we saw just a little bit an hour ago when we went from about the pressure of sea level down to 5 psi. That really only taking a few minutes. This one's a little bit slower, but we are seeing a good depressurization of the vestibule, those all being controlled from the Dragon side, and we're monitoring here from Mission Control Houston. Now, some of the views you might see from the outside of the International Space Station looking at the Dragon vehicle, some of those cameras being controlled from Mission Control in Japan. Working from here in Mission Control Houston with the Japanese Mission Control Room to make sure we're going to get good views with those cameras. We're going to get a little pan as the Dragon makes its way away from the International Space Station, and that first departure burn 0, brings it a little bit faster away from the station. We'll get a nice view from the Japanese side of the International Space Station. Right now, the International Space Station configured for undocking. We do have those solar arrays feathered. That's in a locked position.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. Endeavour's undock sequence start time is planned for 23:30 GMT. That is 28 minutes from now.
You heard that from Capcom here in Mission Control Houston. That is Leslie Ringo here in Mission Control Houston. That start time is 4:30 p.m. Pacific, 6:30 p.m. Central. That is the on-time start time for the undocking sequence. Once that kicks off, that'll be the initiation of the umbilical retraction, followed by 12 hooks that are keeping Dragon in place attached to the International Space Station. Those will drive and be released 6 at a time. They're in 2 gangs. And then, of course, there's 2 undocking burns, more like pulses, just short little burps, that are going to physically separate Dragon from the International Space Station vehicle. You can hear right now everything going according to plan. We're right on the timeline. That physical separation, as long as we're on the timeline, should happen at 4:34 and 58 seconds p.m. Pacific time. Everything going well. We'll continue to monitor the depressurization of the vestibule from here in Mission Control Houston. Until then, we'll send it back over to you in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Gary. So once Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley arrived at the space station on May 31st, it did not take them long to get to work. During the time on board the orbiting laboratory, as we mentioned, Bob Behnken ventured outside the hatch 4 times for spacewalks to upgrade those batteries, and Doug Hurley used the Canadarm2 to command the station's robotic arm from the inside of the station. But when they weren't focusing on the outside of the station, they continued science and research inside the orbiting laboratory. Of course, as we mentioned, they also exercised the mandatory 2 hours each day. And many of you have seen some of the incredible pictures that they took of our home planet. This is one beautiful view of a sun glint off the ocean. And then there's also one that we have from Comet Neowise in July. If you had the opportunity to see that from the ground, we saw our astronauts had a great shot of that from the International Space Station.
Yeah, they had some really cool opportunities. We're sharing a lot of those photos on Twitter. And of course, you know, earlier this morning as they've been preparing for undocking, they had some work to do as well in packing cargo into the Dragon spacecraft. So underneath their seats, they've got room for powered and unpowered cargo. Right now, they're bringing home about 150 kilograms or about 330 pounds of cargo. Most of that is science and sampling hardware. About 94 kilograms or about about 200 pounds of it is science that's happening aboard the space station. And Dragon does have the ability to return a lot of that cargo, so it can come back to labs here on Earth who can continue to do human science studies on those biological samples and cold sample studies on those cold samples that they're returning. And it's really something that we've been doing even since our previous version of Cargo Dragon, just continuing that capability with Crew Dragon.
Yeah, that's one thing I was going to mention. When the astronauts know that there is a Crew Dragon or a Cargo Dragon vehicle coming, they know it's about to get really busy with a lot of science. Because Cargo Dragon is currently the only vehicle cargo resupply ship we have that can bring back cargo. The others disintegrate, burn up in the Earth's atmosphere upon reentry. So we mentioned earlier that Comet Neowise picture, and I think we have it now. Look at how beautiful that is, the comet streaking across the sky just above the Earth below. I can't imagine.
Yeah, especially to see the glow of the Earth's atmosphere kind of creating that blue sheen as the light refracts off of it. Really cool.
And this was probably taken from the cupola window, and that's, as Gary mentioned, that bay window area on the International Space Station that faces down toward Earth. It's truly the best view in the house. Chris Cassidy might head over there after undocking today to take a look outside and watch as his friends depart. We saw that on the way uphill. He was in there monitoring their arrival and taking some pictures of Crew Dragon as it arrived as well. But aside from all that science talk, we'll also be returning some vehicle hardware like spacewalking cooling garments, which the astronauts wear under their extravehicular mobility unit suits. There's tubes of water that they can control the temperature of. So when they are in the sun outside of the space station, it can be up to 250 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow.
And when they are in the darkness and outside the space station, it can be negative 250 degrees Fahrenheit. So that cooling garment is also, in a way, a little bit of a heating garment and can help them control their temperature when they're outside on a spacewalk. So we'll be returning some of those. Also some glove connectors for refurbishment back on Earth, and along with any crew provisions like food, small electronics, and even their sleeping bags. NASA will have cargo specialists embedded with the recovery team. They'll be able to quickly recover and unload that returned cargo very shortly after Dragon returns on the recovery ship to shore tomorrow.
Yeah, and it was really interesting. You're mentioning the wide temperature variations. That's something you don't really see on Earth because we have air and we have humidity in the air that helps us sort of regulate that temperature. Of course, you don't have all that humidity and atmosphere around you to help with that. So when you're in the sun, you're getting the full brunt of that heat, and when you're not, you're getting the full coolness of being in eclipse. And so that's part of the reason why you need those extra vehicular suits, as well as like the thermal systems on Dragon, to help regulate that temperature into something that is palatable for humans.
And speaking of heat and atmosphere, when the astronauts re-enter tomorrow, they will be traveling, or they will experience temperatures up to 3,500 degrees outside the crew vehicle. Inside it'll be nice and cool. They've got some air conditioning, and their suits will have cooled air venting through them. So that's a pretty fiery re-entry tomorrow.
Another view on your screen of the Dragon spacecraft, and now looking at a camera that's positioned just behind Bob and Doug. So Doug in the left-hand seat, Bob in the right-hand seat, monitoring the vehicle. Looks like they've got the forward view, so on each of their individual panels. You can sort of tell that because it looks like they've got an attitude ring in front of them. And then they've got a view in the middle that has their procedures and cue cards up for what they can expect next. And speaking of which, actually, so the next thing we'll really see here is final configuration for undocking. So there'll be a go, no-go poll for issuing that final configuration. We're expecting that to happen, the actual command to occur right on time at 4:30 p.m. Pacific time. And then shortly after that, we'll have a couple of those undocking bursts that will just separate any sort of friction, any sort of forces that may have statically built up while Dragon's been hanging out on station. And separation is planned for 4:34 p.m. Pacific time, 4:34 and 58 seconds, actually.
Yes, so from the time that command is sent from the ground to start undocking, as you mentioned, those hooks have to be retracted, those 12 hooks, 2 sets of 6. The umbilical that has been providing power to Dragon from the International Space Station will detach, and they will use those 2 short bursts to begin their journey home.
Yeah, and a lot of those steps are automated. Once we issue the command for undocking configuration, operators here in Mission Control will be monitoring that Dragon performs the correct state transitions. Dragon has flight computers aboard that they're triplicated for redundancy, so if one of the flight computers gets out of sync with the others, you still have the other 2 to make a good call. And of course, we have ways of resetting them and trying to understand those faults. That's part of the job of the mission controllers, to make sure they understand the health and status of the vehicle. So those flight computers will transition the vehicle through a number of states and then activate those thrusters. We'll have a couple of short bursts from the service section Draco thrusters. So those are the thrusters on the lower part of the vehicle, just above the heat shield and the trunk. And we won't be using the forward bulkhead Draco thrusters that are underneath the nose cone. We'll see those 2 bursts that'll help take Dragon up and above, away from the International Station into a slightly higher orbit, letting Space Station move ahead.
Yes, those will be departure burns 0 and 1, and then that'll just increase the opening rate, the distance from the space station, and moving it out of the keep-out sphere, as we mentioned earlier, and eventually the approach ellipsoid. And then after it's out of the approach ellipsoid, it'll have departure burns 2 and 3. Departure burn 3, as you mentioned earlier, is like a co-elliptic burn, so it puts it on the same orbit all the way around, rather than necessarily having a widely varying apogee and perigee, or higher point of the orbit and lowest point of the orbit.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit about the keep-out sphere and the approach ellipsoid. So those are imaginary spheres. The keep-out sphere being a 200-meter radius, I believe, sphere around the International Space Station. So that represents a space where any spacecraft that are in those operations need very choreographed maneuvers with the flight director before they issue any commands or perform any thrusts.
Station and Dragon crew on the big loop. I want to let you know that at this time we are removing ISS power to Endeavour.
Okay.
So a call there from the Capcom saying that both the station crew and, of course, Bob and Doug no longer receiving power from the International Space Station through those umbilicals on the docking mechanism.
Yeah, so Dragon is operating on its own power, generated and gathered by those solar panels wrapped around the trunk of the vehicle. And that's actually a very similar look to the new cargo Dragon. For all of the Dragon missions until now, we saw solar wings with solar arrays, and now the cargo Dragon missions will have the solar arrays wrapped around the vehicle, just like we see here with Crew Dragon.
Yeah, and actually it's something that adds to the overall reliability of the vehicle. Anytime you have a mechanism in space that's potential for something to go wrong, you need a motor to drive it. You need checkouts potentially on the actuators. There's probably software that drives it. So having conformally wrapped solar panels around the trunk of the vehicle reduces that little bit of complexity, and actually ends up being a little bit lighter too, so we can add a little more cargo and add a little bit more to other parts of the system. And on the other side of the trunk is the thermal radiator. So we've got a fluid running through that, almost like an air conditioner. And that fluid is being pumped throughout various different points in the vehicle. Actually, earlier on, we heard a call from the core mentioning that the crew could adjust the hex or heat exchanger to the position that they wanted to control internal cabin temperature. So that part of the cabin air as it goes through the revitalization system is getting passed over that heat exchanger, and that allows the crew to keep it nice and comfortable inside the cabin.
I hope they both like the same temperature, because I like to keep it warm, and I hope they both like it cool or warm, or they can agree on temperature for the long ride home.
Well, taking a look at some of their interviews, I think Bob and Doug have expressed just how close of friends they are. So I'm sure it's something that they've worked out over time. I think earlier I took a look, and it was about 76 degrees Fahrenheit in the cabin, so definitely to my tastes.
Yeah, I could survive in that. And yeah, you mentioned they are very close. They were selected as part of the same astronaut class, so they went through astronaut training together and ultimately remained very close friends, and now get to fly a once-in-a-lifetime mission like this.
Yeah. I mean, flying a test mission together with your best friend has got to be very fun. Of course, our favorite space dads here at SpaceX.
So just a look at these two mission controls. On the left, you have the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, and that's the team that's monitoring and sending signals and controlling the International Space Station side of these operations. It is staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We've always got someone in there protecting the astronauts in space, making sure that everything is working well on the International Space Station. And then on the right, Shiva, why don't you introduce us to the Mission Control Hawthorne?
Yeah, so this is Mission Control in Hawthorne. It's actually right behind us where we're standing here in Hawthorne. And in that room is a number of specialists as well as the primary Dragon operators. Of course, if you've tuned in for some of our other webcasts, you've seen Mission Control as well. We use that same control room for Falcon missions, and that's where the Falcon operators stand in. But today, that's the third row is where most of the primary operators are, and then we have a number of specialists sitting in other roles, folks who have really devoted the larger part of their careers and a lot of their expertise to understanding the nuances of the life support system or the propellant system, and even, of course, the health and safety of the crew. We have a flight surgeon, actually a NASA flight surgeon, who is in that front row. And he's there as well to make sure that Bob and Doug, if they have any sort of complaints from a physiological perspective, that he can weigh in and help them stay healthy. So really a big team to help make sure that Bob and Doug get home safely, both from the vehicle performing well as their own individual health.
Yeah, and speaking of the vehicle, that vestibule pressure looking now at less than 0.3 psi, so getting down there as close as it can to a vacuum. But yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that the astronauts have a flight doctor. They have somebody who's specifically assigned to them for all of their pre-flight medical and their in-flight medical and their post-flight. Somebody that is able to speak with them at almost any time and conduct health checks and just wellness checks and make sure that everything is going well while they're in this very, very rough environment of space.
Yeah, I mean, among the cargo that they have aboard is emergency medical kits and actually medical sort of medicine and like trauma kits that they would use if there were a significant medical emergency. And so the flight surgeon can help them as they're working through first aid and give them specific instructions, since if they need to do anything in an emergency scenario, it's those two taking care of each other. And of course, when the hatch was open, the entire International Space Station crew of this expedition taking care of each other. So at this point, we're about 13 minutes away from the transition for undocking, and then about 5 minutes after that, we'll have the two undocking burns happen, really just short little bursts from those service section Dracos. We're expecting separation to happen around 4:35 p.m. Pacific time, just a few seconds before that. Heard a go-no-go poll earlier from the mission control teams that we were talking about earlier.
So just like it's during its approach to the International Space Station, Dragon's departure and deorbit is designed to be fully autonomous, so it requires no action from the crew on board. Station Commander Chris Cassidy, he won't be the prime for monitoring Dragon's departure. That'll be done by the crew on Dragon. They'll be able to monitor with these screens you see here, and they'll be backed up by flight controllers on the ground. But as always, Bob and Doug will have the ability to send commands manually to the vehicle if they need to.
And once the undocking sequence is complete, Dragon will then use its Draco engines. It'll thrust away from the station in a series of pretty carefully choreographed maneuvers or 4 departure burns to increase that distance between the two spacecraft. And then from there, it'll perform a phasing burn that will put it on the right trajectory to get back to Earth and the landing site.
Next on its trip home is deorbit, entry and landing. And that covers all operations after the final departure remover. That includes trunk separation, closure of the nose cone, deorbit burn, Dragon, and deployment of the drogue and main parachutes, and finally, splashdown off the Florida coast, at which point our teams will recover Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley inside Crew Dragon from the water.
So at this point, a little bit ahead of schedule. We always put in a little bit of margin into the schedule in case there were any problems with, for example, the suits or if the leak check didn't quite go as planned. Right now, the planned time to perform the undocking commands to the spacecraft will be around 4:30 p.m. Pacific time, and we'll expect to see Dragon go through a number of state transitions as well as transitions of its life support system, and then shortly after we'll see those Dracos come to life very briefly, just to unstick ourselves from the space station and then thrust away from where it's called home for the past 63 days.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, those will be the service section Draco thrusters. Those are what are used when the spacecraft is around the International Space Station. We don't want to use something as powerful as those nose cone thrusters, the forward bulkhead thrusters, I should say, just yet. But that's what we will see being used for the deorbit burn tomorrow.
Yeah, those forward bulkhead thrusters just a little bit more efficient because they can expand the propulsive gases a little bit more. Sort of the principle of providing thrust to a rocket vehicle is you burn some kind of propellant or have some kind of gas that you expend from the vehicle, and that mass that you're ejecting away from your launch or from your spacecraft is through Newton's laws pushing you and giving you some momentum. So those forward bulkhead Dracos, when we use the thrust out of those, the propulsive gases in there, we're able to more fully expand than we are on the service section Dracos. Gives us a little bit better performance, but of course they're pointed directly at the space station. So any of that propulsive gas that we're shooting out from Dragon would of course go directly then to the space station, which is not ideal.
I just heard the call that Mission Control Houston is go
Dragon
for undocking.
SpaceX on the big loop. The final reconfigurations for undock are complete and nominal. The ground is go for undocking at the undocking sequence start time of 23:30 GMT. Please confirm your visors are down and that you are ready for undock and departure.
Dragon copies, go for undock on time. Our visors are down and we're ready for departure.
We copy all.
And we just heard the confirmation. Dragon is a go to undock. So now we are waiting for the undocking sequence to actually begin, and they are targeting that for 4:30 p.m. Pacific time. So it looks like 8 minutes from now. And once that begins, it'll take less than 5 minutes for Dragon to separate from the International Space Station, which has called home for 2 months now.
Now, the first step in the undocking sequence, which is, again, automatic, is for the umbilicals that are providing power, telemetry, and commanding capability between the space station and Dragon for those to retract. Once those retract, we'll actually have Dragon perform an unlatch from the space station, releasing 12 hard capture hooks that are around the vestibule. Those hard capture hooks are what are providing that airtight seal around the vestibule, and they'll actually come in 2 separate phases. So we'll hear a call for 6 of those, and then we'll hear a call for all of those being detached. And then finally, after that entire process, which takes about 4.5 minutes, then Dragon will be ready to actually depart and push itself away and separate using its Draco thrusters.
Yeah, and so Dragon's initial departure from station is a little different from any of the other docked vehicles like the Soyuz, because that relies on springs to push them away from the docking port. In this case, Dragon will actually execute those 2 short thruster firings to undock. That uses a combination of those 12 Draco engines around the base of the capsule, with the first breaking any stiction between Dragon and the docking port, and the second slowly backing the spacecraft away. And so we're expecting the call for undocking sequence to begin in the next few minutes.
And the crew aboard, they will be able to see those transitions. So what will be happening here is the flight computers on the vehicle will issue themselves into a state when that command is issued. And actually on the crew displays, on every display, they've got a prominent location that shows what the current states are. They're also able to follow along and see what the state of the vehicle is. So those are the displays that they've got pulled up on their screen right now. That middle display actually has the cards that describe what they can expect to see, along with some inline telemetry that they're getting from the vehicle directly, as well as their current positioning relative to the International Space Station. And then they've also got some views on the side that are each of them in their respective displays that are showing a forward view of the spacecraft as well as the status of those docking hooks. At this point, the umbilicals both still installed because that command has not been issued. And the vestibule should be pretty close to vacuum.
Getting closer every second to that undocking command being sent. We're looking for that in about 5 minutes from now.
Taking a look at data here, I see the vestibule is reading as 0.1 psi. So definitely not very friendly to humans.
Everything moving smoothly throughout the day to bring us to this point with the crew ingressing Dragon, donning their suits, getting in their seats, closing the hatch, and then Chris Cassidy closing the A-Pass hatch on the station side, along with that Node 2 forward hatch, bringing that space down to as close to a vacuum as possible, and that's where we're at right now. Conducted some leak checks to ensure the seals between those hatches were solid. Everything looking good for an on-time departure today.
Pretty comfy in the cabin right now. You know, that vestibule is pretty near vacuum, but in the cabin it's actually pretty close to what we would see at sea level, and still about 76 degrees in there. So pretty comfortable. Of course, Bob and Doug are only partially seeing that. Earlier they closed down their visors, and so the suits that they're wearing protect them in the event of a depressurization event. They also protect them if there was a fire on board, as they're made of fire-resistant materials. And so as we're getting to this critical step of separating from the space station, if something were to go wrong here, those suits would provide that critical life support to them, pressurizing if the cabin pressure were to unexpectedly drop. It's actually part of the reason why we've spent so long in this vestibule depressurization. The operators, both on the space station side and the mission control Hawthorne side, scrutinizing the data for any indication of a leak through the forward hatch. Of course, that leak check performed earlier with no findings, showing that the vehicle is nominal and ready for undocking.
And as once we mentioned, that undocking will take a few minutes before we actually see the separation occur. But once the command is sent, those 12 latches will be retracted. The umbilical will be disconnected. Dragon is already on internal power, however. It's not receiving any power from the International Space Station. But once that umbilical is retracted, those hooks are removed. Be looking for those 2 short bursts to send Dragon on its way, and then things will speed up with those departure burns afterward. Just a couple of minutes away from that on-time undocking. That'll be 4:30 p.m. Pacific, 11:30 p.m. GMT, or the time that the astronauts use aboard the International Space Station. Looking for the undocking command to be sent in just about 30 seconds.
And again, a quick preview of what we expect to happen. Umbilicals will retract, then we'll see those docking hooks disconnect, and then we'll actually see those undocking burns followed pretty shortly after by a departure burn.
Dragon SpaceX, undock sequence commanded.
Pepper copies.
So that undocking sequence right on time.
And that was 4:30 p.m. Pacific time, 11:30 p.m. GMT. The umbilical now retracting. The International Space Station flying 263 statute miles over Namibia in Africa.
Dragon SpaceX, umbilical demate complete and nominal.
There's confirmation of the umbilicals retracted, so no longer receiving power or data or commanding from the International Space Station. And there's a view on your screen of Dragon, currently in eclipse. Gary, how's it looking from Mission Control at Johnson?
We're looking good, Shiva. We are now inside the undocking sequence. Good umbilical retraction. Standing by for the driving of those hooks. There's 12 hooks that will be released in 2 gangs of 6. Standing by for the driving of the hooks. Here we have good motion on the primary set of hooks. Again, first set of hooks driving the navigation light, the forward end of Dragon clearly visible from this view from one of the Japanese cameras. Again, we are inside of the undocking sequence now. Good umbilical retraction, and we're driving the first set of hooks.
Dragon SpaceX, first set of hooks open and nominal.
Copy nominal hooks in the first set.
The first 6 hooks have completed their driving first set down. The second set is now driving. We're now committed to undock. Seeing good motion on that second set of hooks. Continuing to drive. These will be the final set of hooks. There's 6 of them holding Dragon into place now. Afterwards, we'll conduct 2 undocking burns to physically separate Dragon.
Dragon SpaceX, all
Physical
hooks open
separation.
and nominal.
All hooks open.
Dragon departing.
Dragon SpaceX, separation confirmed.
Okay, separation.
Great burns. Physical separation 4:35 p.m. Pacific. Thrusters looking good. Counting down to a nominal departure burn 0 coming up shortly.
Dragon SpaceX, depart burn 0 complete.
Copy complete. We're visors up.
And you heard depart burn 0 complete, that 12-second firing, moving Dragon slightly faster away from the International Space Station using those service section Dracos. And with that, Bob and Doug have concluded their stay aboard the International Space Station. They're on their way back to planet Earth. Confirms a physical separation at 4:35 p.m. Pacific as the station and Dragon were flying 267 statute miles over Johannesburg, South Africa. 2 good undocking burns and a nominal departure burn 0. Next departure burn coming up in about 5 minutes. We'll be monitoring Crew Dragon throughout the departure sequence, but with Dragon flying free, that'll do it from us here in Mission Control Houston. Godspeed, Bob and Doug. To take you through the rest of the departure sequence, we'll send you back over to Hawthorne.
Thanks, Gary. Departure burn 0 sets Crew Dragon, Endeavour, and Bob and Doug on their journey home. Dragon ship Endeavour is now on a trajectory to head up and over the station before additional maneuvers will change its orbital path to take it below and in front of the station. Dragon will autonomously accomplish that through 3 additional departure burns, with that next one coming up in just a couple of minutes to get Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley well away from the space station and on their way home.
Beautiful view. Just had a beautiful view there of the relative navigation sensors providing an infrared view of the International Space Station as Bob and Doug drift away from it. And of course, as they are drifting away, going into that slightly higher orbit, just because of balancing the force of gravity along with their centripetal acceleration, they will move a little bit slower than the space station. And so we'll expect space station to sort of drift ahead, and then as they conduct those additional burns, getting out of the approach ellipsoid and the keep out sphere, then they will come back down below space station, with their apogee being about 10 kilometers below space station and slowly reducing their perigee.
Next up in just a couple of minutes, scheduled for 4:40 p.m. Pacific time and 11:40 p.m. GMT will be depart burn 1. That's a 20-second burn to further increase the opening rate between Crew Dragon and the International Space Station.
Yeah, and that view, what we just previously had, and you can actually see it on the right-hand screen of Bob's display, is a relative navigation sensor that's providing an infrared view from the forward hatch of Dragon, looking back towards the forward module of the International Space Stations. That's where Dragon has been for the last 63 days. Coming up in less than a minute is departure burn number 1. Burn coming just about 5 minutes after separation, and this is going to increase that opening rate between the space station and Dragon.
And separation occurred on time today, as with everything else occurring on schedule, sending Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley back toward Earth, back toward home.
So very, very exciting moment. We should expect to hear a call out here for departure burn number 1. Departure burn number 1 is pretty short. It only lasts about 21 seconds, but it's the burn that's going to get us on our way up, out, and away through the keep out sphere and through the approach ellipsoid. Again, the keep out sphere about 200-meter sphere around the International Space Station, and the approach ellipsoid, 4 by 4 by 2-kilometer ellipse. If you imagine 2 Central Parks in New York City next to each other, that's about how big that is. Just guidance references for visiting vehicles.
And we're seconds away now from departure burn 1. These are autonomous burns. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are not pushing any buttons to make this happen. These are programmed into Dragon, and we will be looking for that in just a few seconds from now.
That's a view from the space station. Those 2 lights, the green light is the view that on the right-hand side of the Dragon vehicle. That would be the side that Bob Behnken was sitting on, and the red light, the side that Doug Hurley was sitting on. It's actually made pretty quick work getting away from the station. Gonna look up some data, see if I can get the actual distance to station right now.
And departure burn 1 has begun, that 20-second burn. This will also take it outside of the keep-out sphere and outside of the approach ellipsoid, and after complete.
Dragon SpaceX, depart burn 1 complete. Nominal burn, you are go to doff your suits per procedure 4.012. Reminder that the ground will be deactivating the big loop following exit from the approach ellipsoid, which is approximately 12 to 14 minutes from now.
Okay. Station Endeavour on the big loop.
Go ahead, Endeavour.
Chris, we just can't thank you enough. It's been an honor and a privilege to be part of Expedition 63 with you, Anatoly, and Yvonne. It's been a great 2 months, and we appreciate all you've done as a crew to help us prove out Dragon on its maiden flight. I'd also like to thank Zeb and his team in Mission Control in Houston for the incredible amount of work they did to make the dock the ops successful for Dragon, and also the teams at SpaceX that keep us going towards the end of our mission that we look forward to splashdown tomorrow. I'd also like to wish you a great success on the rest of your expedition and a safe flight home in the fall. Take care, friend.
Endeavour,
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Anatoly. Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you, Houston, and thank you, SpaceX.
Endeavour Station, Bob and Doug, wholeheartedly agree with those sentiments. It's been a real pleasure. It's been an honor to serve with you. Safe travels and have a successful landing. Endeavour's a great ship. Godspeed.
Endeavour copies all. Thanks, Chris.
And we just heard some kind words exchanged between Crew Dragon Endeavour with Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley now on their way home.
ISS and Dragon on the big loop. Endeavour has exited the keep-out sphere. See you guys when you're back home.
Endeavour copies.
Behnken and Hurley leaving behind 3 people aboard the International Space Station that will return this October. That's Station Commander Chris Cassidy, Anatoly Ivanishin, and Yvonne Wagner of Roscosmos. So you just heard they exited the keep-out sphere. That's an imaginary sphere, 200 meters in diameter, and that is around the space station. So it's one of the several safety zones set up to govern any visiting spacecraft either arriving or departing the station. Before moving into the keep-out sphere, spacecraft have to be configured where they would not cross that boundary for at least 4 orbits, even if, as we mentioned, the spacecraft were to, for some reason, lose all of its maneuvering capabilities.
Yeah, and that capability, really what we're looking to hear is that the spacecraft is what's called on what's a, I'm having such a hard time saying that.
You'll get there.
It's on a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory, and that's what the call that we're hoping to hear from. So exactly as you mentioned, Leah, if we were to completely lose commanding authority over the spacecraft, we would want to make sure that we wouldn't potentially re-interact with the International Space Station in an uncontrolled way. And so these burns helping us to get out and away from the space station in a way that we could, if something were to go catastrophically wrong on the vehicle, protect the crew aboard the space station. Of course, the crew aboard the spacecraft until you were able to recover. Of course, Dragon spacecraft has been really rock solid this entire mission and has a lot of redundancy into it. So that scenario is pretty unlikely, but it's a good safety standard that we design all of our spacecraft to.
And this departure burn 0 and 1, as we mentioned, is bringing Dragon up and over the International Space Station. It's not just making a straight journey home. That will be determined later once the phasing burn is complete, and then the deorbit burn, which commits us to leaving space, to bringing Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley back into Earth. The next
Dragon on Dragon to ground comm check with the cabin mic.
I hear you loud and clear on Dragon to ground. How me?
Loud and clear, Anna.
As we heard, they are now testing out the cabin mic, so they may be beginning to doff their suits, take off their suits, which is allowed now that the first 2 departure burns have been completed. And the next is scheduled for 5:27 p.m. Pacific time. That'll be depart burn 2, and that'll be 12:27 a.m. GMT. So it's really the middle of the night for the space station crew right now, and they'll be getting ready to go to sleep pretty soon. But our astronauts are awake for several more hours before they get their sleep period later.
Of course, they all got a chance to take a quick sleep shifting nap to be alert and awake for these operations. And, as you mentioned, the crew are in the middle of doffing or getting out of their suits. That was a pretty dynamic period of time around the station, a time where there could have been a potential depressurization, or if there were any problems with the thruster, we would want the crew suited. Of course, with that big burn out of the way and Dragon now on a confirmed trajectory away from the space station on its way out, close to exiting the approach ellipsoid, Bob and Doug can get out of those spacesuits and get into something a little bit more comfortable. And that test step of verifying the cabin mic, the spacesuits actually have 2 microphones in them just towards the near the jaw, actually in the base of the helmet. And so with Bob and Doug removing those spacesuits, they're testing their cabin mic just to make sure that they still have good communications with the crew operations responsible engineer here in Hawthorne. So we should expect a few more calls here as Dragon moves away from the approach ellipsoid. We heard a couple of calls from the Capcom as well about deactivating the big loop, so to speak, and transitioning to Dragon to ground. The big loop is a comm network that connects flight controllers and Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station crew, visiting vehicles, and of course, like our Mission Control team here in Hawthorne, all together on one comm loop so we can all communicate with one another if anything needs immediate attention. As we step out of integrated operations or joint operations with the International Space Station, we'll transition into mission control here in Hawthorne, having mission authority, and transition all of those calls to the Dragon to ground loop.
Yeah, so life on space station is kind of back to normal now that Dragon has departed, and they are still monitoring the departure. The crew on board Crew Dragon is specifically, and I can imagine that the astronauts aboard the space station might be looking out and getting a final last view of Dragon before it returns to Earth, maybe in those bay windows, that cupola window we have on the International Space Station. Now, as we mentioned, Dragon is outside the keep-out sphere, and it is a little more than 500 meters away from the International Space Station. So we'll be looking for it to exit the approach ellipsoid coming up here in about 6 minutes.
Yeah, right now, Dragon moving away just under 1 meter per second, or close to like 3 feet per second away from the space station. And as it really starts to get further and further away, that speed will pick up a little bit until we get into an orbit where eventually we will have our highest point of our orbit be about 10 kilometers below the space station. And coming up after that approach ellipsoid exit, we'll also have 3 more burns scheduled for today, so 2 more departure burns as well as a departure phasing burn, and then that should button up the major activities for today, and Bob and Doug will hopefully be able to get some rest before a pretty exciting day tomorrow.
Yes, I can imagine they are very excited, and tomorrow they'll wake up and then several more milestones to look forward to, including, as we mentioned, that deorbit burn, that final commitment to bringing them home, because if there were a change in and potentially the weather over the next several hours, we would still be able to have Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley in Earth's orbit, and they have enough crew supplies on board that they could stay there until a couple of days. That way we would have an opportunity for the weather to clear or for us to find another splashdown site. But everything's looking good for us to come home to Pensacola tomorrow.
Right now on your screen, views of Mission Control. On the right-hand side, this team is Mission Control in Houston, and on the left-hand side of your screen is Mission Control in Hawthorne. Currently still in joint operations as we're still in the approach ellipsoid, and as we transition out of that 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer ellipse, we will transition mission authority to the mission director here in Hawthorne. While we've been in integrated operations and while we've been attached to the space station, any commands, any operations that we wanted to do on the Dragon spacecraft, of course, we're getting permission from the flight director in Houston to conduct those commands, because the flight control team in Houston really responsible for the health and safety of the crew aboard the International Space Station, as well as the safety and performance of the International Space Station. It's kind of wild to think about it. Sometimes I think about the International Space Station as a destination, but it's really a spaceship. In fact, earlier this, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, the space station had yawed completely around by adjusting its orbit, and so it was flying backwards, so to speak. So it's a spacecraft just like Dragon, just bigger.
Oh, definitely a spacecraft. It's actually an orbiting laboratory, and so while they were on board, we talked about some of the science that Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley conducted, and while they were there, they completed 114 hours, approximately, of scientific research aboard the International Space Station, and it's really amazing how much of that benefits life on Earth. The space station obviously is in microgravity, and that gives us an opportunity to test things and to look a little closer at phenomenon that we can't when we're here on Earth. And so the International Space Station has provided countless medical advances and technological advances for us over these past 20 years. And as we mentioned earlier, this is the 20th anniversary of the International Space Station this year. And so it's a big milestone. We'll be celebrating that later in November. And that means there have been people living in space continuously for 20 years. So that's quite a feat. I love that it's international. I love that this is just such a good example of how when we work together, we accomplish something that at one time no one could have ever dreamed of.
Yeah, just reading some of the books by former crew members, I know they like to talk about the food aboard the space station and the sort of the international cultural events that they do between crews. They really consider themselves a big family, and those kind words that we heard between Bob, Doug, and the station crew as leaving sort of shows just how close they became over just a short period of time, just a couple of months. Of course, I'm sure they all knew each other pretty well from training in Houston.
Yeah, but something about being there with a common goal, and those are your family when you're there, you know. And so, of course, our astronauts get the opportunity to speak with their family pretty regularly because we want them to not get too homesick. Of course, they get a pretty good view in exchange. But yes, so we actually are coming up very shortly now. It looks like about a minute until we exit that approach ellipsoid and joint operations end between Mission Control Houston and Mission Control Hawthorne, which is just right behind us.
Again, that approach ellipsoid, a 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer imaginary ellipse around the space station, really designed as a marker as spacecraft, as their trajectories enter into the space around the space station. They need to coordinate their operations with the flight control teams at Johnson Space Center. The way that we do that is, of course, through the loops and the nets that we have. So on your screen, a shot of those 2 mission control centers, and also through a set of what we call flight rules. So both mission control teams will establish operating principles, philosophies, procedures, sometimes even going down to specific failures. For example, if a specific engine was failed, or if a certain attitude capability was lost, or even the state of the life support system on board the vehicle, they'll come up with go, no-go criteria that are very specifically analyzed. And when it comes time to actually perform the operation, they'll check those lists against the health of the vehicle and then make those go, no-go calls before performing operations in close proximity with one another.
So the next call we do expect to hear up to the crew is that they will have exited the approach ellipsoid. Everything occurring on time for Dragon. And the International Space Station currently flying over the Indian Ocean, 269 statute miles above us all, about to come up on the southern coast of Australia.
And really the next major event for Dragon will be around 5:27 Pacific time, or that'll be tomorrow morning at 12:27 UTC, and that will be the next departure burn. So a little bit of time before any significant milestones.
And we are outside of the approach ellipsoid. So now that we are outside of the approach ellipsoid, as we said, everything happening like clockwork today for their departure.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Dragon has exited the approach ellipsoid and is on a safe free drift trajectory. Houston will be taking down the big loop shortly, and expect ISS audio traffic to cease.
Dragon copies on the big loop.
So with that exit of the approach ellipsoid, or the AE, that other imaginary three-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers, in the same family as the keep out sphere, as we mentioned, that means that they are now 24 hours safe in a free drift trajectory. So if the spacecraft were to lose maneuvering capabilities, it wouldn't cross into the approach ellipsoid. We heard that call from the core here on the ground in Mission Control Hawthorne up to the crew aboard Crew Dragon Endeavour.
The crew acknowledging that call. They typically do some comm checks on Dragon to ground when they transition out of the big loop. Of course, we heard those earlier while they were doing their suit doffing. Suit doffing, again, being where they remove their spacesuits, get out of them, and then they'll transition into something a little bit more comfortable, probably a polo and maybe just some pants. And really, they'll just be in a monitoring mode until the next major event, which is the depart burn number 2. That's scheduled for about 30 minutes from now. And that depart burn 2 will really increase the rate away from space station and start reducing both the apogee and perigee of Dragon's current orbit. Then following that, there'll be an additional depart burn as well as the phasing burn. Coming up later on in today's broadcast, the phasing burn being actually a much larger burn than these 2 departure burns, on the order of 6 minutes.
And so that departure burn 2 will be the longest one we've seen so far today, and that'll be a 43-second burn that will send Dragon down and lower its perigee, the lowest point of its orbit, to beneath the station. It'll move down and out in front at perigee.
And so we can, on your screen, is sort of where we're conducting this burn. So depart burn 2 at the apogee, performing an orbital burn or imparting velocity to the spacecraft at the highest point of the orbit is actually the most efficient way to move the opposite end of the orbit. So in this case, because we want to bring our perigee, or lowest point of our orbit, down a little bit further, we're trying to conduct that burn at the apogee and get the most bang for your buck and most mileage out of that propellant.
After they'll have depart burn 3. That'll be a 41-second burn. So as we mentioned earlier, it's kind of like a co-elliptic burn, and it will keep Dragon always down below the International Space Station. Later tonight, we'll be looking for a phasing burn. That'll be the longest one we've seen so far at over 6 minutes. And it'll put Crew Dragon on the proper orbital path to line it up with the splashdown zone. And then eventually we will have our deorbit burn tomorrow. We'll see the nose cone close. We'll see the trunk jettison, and they will come on home looking for a splashdown tomorrow in the Gulf of Mexico, specifically at our Pensacola landing site.
Yeah, the departure burn, taking a look at the data, expected around 10:48 Pacific time plus 7. Let's see, that would be around 5 o'clock in the morning or so.
For GMT.
GMT. And again, that's the last major burn plan for tonight. That'll happen right before Bob and Doug end up getting some shut-eye for the night. They'll get about 8 hours of sleep, and then tomorrow morning get a wake up from the core to get them started on preparation steps for the final burn of the mission, which will be that deorbit burn, and then hopefully a successful re-entry.
I don't know if you heard when they arrived on the International Space Station, Commander Chris Cassidy asked Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley how the ride was, and of course they said it was very smooth, and asked how if they got any sleep, and they said yes, they did get some sleep. So I'm hoping they get the same opportunity tonight that will leave them very refreshed and ready for their splashdown tomorrow, their reunion with their families, and tomorrow they will also arrive back in Houston. So they will fly back to Ellington Field, and that's part of the Johnson Space Center. It's where we do a lot of our astronaut training in the T-38 aircraft, and so they will arrive back there tomorrow, have a welcome with their families, and then it'll be, 3 people on the International Space Station until October.
And that's a pretty busy day for them, because I think tomorrow morning they'll get up around, I think I know the time in Pacific, they'll get up around, I want to say 5 a.m. Pacific time, and their splashdown time is around noon. And then if they're flying to their final site near Ellington Field, that's a pretty packed day considering they've been up that long.
Oh yes, absolutely. I think it's definitely one of the most dynamic days of the mission, with the deorbit burn, with the splashdown, and then eventually flying back, being recovered in the ocean, and then getting to see your family after 63 days. It has to be pretty exciting.
We were talking a little bit earlier. Looks like no call that time. One thing we are expecting here is the teams here in Mission Control will be conducting a go, no-go poll for the upcoming departure burn, just to ensure that the vehicle systems remain healthy. Before each of these burns, the core, the crew operations responsible engineer, will give a call up to the crew to let them know if the Mission Control team believes Dragon is healthy for the burn. And then after those burns as well, we expect a call from the core to provide a quick status update on performance of the system and whether the burn was nominal. Some of the things we're looking for there are, of course, performance of the engines, as well as the amount of impulse transmitted to the vehicle. The navigation officer, of course, paying close attention to the amount of momentum transferred to Dragon, as well as the current orbit as described by onboard navigation sensors. It's all part of the responsibilities of the Mission Control team. That burn expected about 25 minutes from now at 5:27 p.m. Pacific time, or about 12:27 UTC. 12 a.m., so 12:27 a.m. UTC.
So we don't have a signal from Dragon at this moment, so we're not getting those views that we had earlier, but we are taking your questions. So if you're watching and you are on social media, specifically Twitter, feel free to use the hashtag AskNASA, and we will try to answer your question here on air. This one comes from Amal, who asks how much time it will take for the Dragon spacecraft to reach Earth after undocking from the International Space Station. Well, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley have begun that journey, and they are on their way, scheduled for splashdown tomorrow at 11:48 a.m. Pacific time, and that would be 6:48 GMT, or Greenwich Mean Time.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. Friendly heads up that your audio destination is on ISS, so if you are calling us, we will not hear you.
So, now with that splashdown tomorrow, it's looking like about a 19-hour mission for Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley from the time they undock to the time they splash down.
Of course, that time can be brought in and made a little bit shorter for this mission. We opted to give them a 19-hour opportunity, and that gives them a chance to get some rest.
And SpaceX, say again for Endeavour.
Yes, just wanted to give you a heads up that your audio destination was on ISS, but I see you've swapped that over to ground now. We just wanted to make sure that if you were calling us, we would hear you.
Okay, Anna, thank you. Appreciate the heads up.
That fuzzy little dot is a view from the International Space Station looking at Dragon, currently on its way away from the International Space Station.
Speaking of the International Space Station, another Ask NASA question, this from Colin, who asks, how do you keep time on the ISS? Well, you've heard us working to convert that in our heads. The International Space Station uses GMT, or Greenwich Mean Time. It's kind of the in-the-middle space between Russia and Houston, and so since those are two of the major partners in International Space Station operations, we use that time aboard.
Some cool views from the cameras on board the International Space Station. And one other note there, GMT is also sometimes referred to as UTC, or Universal Coordinated Time. They both mean the same thing, just slightly different nomenclature. And you may hear some of those calls over the nets and from the core.
It's now been 30 minutes since Crew Dragon separated from the International Space Station, an on-time departure. Separation coming at 4:35 p.m. Central, 11:30 p.m. GMT. It has completed its first two departure burns, depart burn 0 and depart burn 1. And the next will happen in about 22 minutes. We'll be looking for depart burn 2. The astronauts, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, are now out of their spacesuits. They won't need to put those back on until tomorrow, just before the deorbit burn.
So another question on social media right now lines up well with the view we have of Dragon. From Michelle, why is Dragon glowing right now? And actually, Dragon isn't glowing. What we're seeing is the reflection of the sun. So right now, both Dragon and the International Space Station not in the Earth's shadow. And just from this view on the camera, compared to everything else being so dark in the background of space, Dragon is just coming out looking a little bit whitewashed just from the exposure. So not glowing, but just seeing the reflection of the sun as we sort of adjust the white balancing. Now, actually, Dragon right now departing about 4.4 meters per second, about 3.3 kilometers away from the space station. So what we're seeing on the screen is a view from the International Space Station, and Dragon about a 5K away, or not a 5K, excuse me. That would be a 5K if it was in miles. About 3.3 kilometers away from the space station. Now, we got a question from Lucas on what the main differences are between the Draco thrusters and the other burners. And I think what Lucas is referring to here is the Super Draco thrusters. So Dragon has two types of propulsion systems on the spacecraft. We have 8 Super Draco thrusters that live in those pods on the side of the capsule. Those are only used, for launch escape. So they're pretty powerful thrusters that if we were to experience an anomaly during the ascent portion of the mission, then we can pretty much use most of our propellant to accelerate away from the Falcon 9 launch vehicle. We actually had a demonstration of that during our in-flight abort test that preceded the Demo 2 mission. The Draco thrusters are actually much smaller thrusters, and we have more of them. We have 16 of them around the vehicle, 12 of them around the service section of the vehicle that we actually have been using for all of these departure burns, and then we actually have a set of 4 of them that we refer to as the forward bulkhead Draco thrusters that are right around the forward hatch. They use a propellant called nitrogen tetraoxide as the oxidizer and monomethylhydrazine as the fuel, and those are what are known as hypergalls, so if you squirt them together, you get fire.
And we have another question from Kate, actually from her 4-year-old son, Fritz. Hello, Fritz. He would like to know if the astronauts on the space station can feel how fast they are flying on the space station or Dragon. And if not, why not? It's interesting if you think about it. The way I like to describe it is if you're sitting in a car, and let's say the car is going 60 miles an hour, you don't necessarily feel like you are going 60 miles an hour because you're essentially part of that vehicle as it moves. And so, of course, you would notice if it stopped, but as the astronauts are inside the International Space Station and it's constantly moving at 17,500 miles an hour, they do not feel that speed. And when they're outside the space station, they don't feel that speed either because there's no wind for them to feel as it moves around the Earth.
Yeah, so really if they were to feel, that's part of the fun of microgravity. Gravity is still acting on anyone who is in orbit or not, but it's really a matter of you're in a state of free fall while also your spaceship is in a state of free fall. And so you would only feel acceleration if you pushed against something or if the spacecraft pushed against you. So during those burns, actually, Bob and Doug will probably feel a little bit of thrust since they're in their seats, but otherwise not too much. And we have a question here from Glenn about if the astronauts can get out of their seats during any part of their trip home. And that's partially true. So actually during this phase of the mission, the crew are actually free to roam about the cabin, if you will. But during earlier portions of the mission, we actually had them be seated. So during the earlier undocking burns, the crew were seated. Part of the reason for that is if there was a depressurization, we would actually need them to be seated so that their suits could act as safety devices for them. And then, of course, when we get to deorbit, that's a pretty dynamic time as well, where they will be seated.
But as for this moment right now, they actually have the opportunity to be out of their seats, as you mentioned, roam about the cabin, and out of their suits as well. So they may have donned or put on some much more comfy clothes for this relaxing portion of the ride, all up until deorbit burn tomorrow.
So if you're just joining us, Dragon is on its way away from the International Space Station. We separated from the space station around 4:30 p.m. Pacific time, 4:34 p.m. Pacific time. And actually, is that right? Do I have my time wrong?
We did. Separation was on time at 4:35 p.m.
4:35, that's what I wrote.
Pacific time, and 11:30 p.m. GMT.
And spacecraft is now on its way away. We're awaiting departure burn number 2. So we've conducted 2 undocking bursts from those Draco thrusters, as well as the first departure burn and first and second departure burn. Now departure burn number 2 coming up, where it'll last about 43 seconds, and we'll use a combination of the service section and forward bulkhead Draco thrusters to reduce the lowest point of the orbit, the perigee of Dragon, get that a little bit closer towards the Earth's atmosphere.
Oh, we've got a question from Karen's 9-year-old who wants to know what the astronauts eat on the International Space Station. And they actually get a variety of choices. We have a food lab at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. And before the astronauts go on a mission, they have the opportunity to go and taste test some of their foods. And so there are a variety of types of food that are available aboard the station. A lot of it needs to be reheated with hot water. They can eat anything from at holidays, they have a lot of the same food we have down here, sweet potatoes and turkey and those kinds of good foods. They have candy like we have here on Earth, so they're not lacking on some of those sweet things. But one thing that they don't typically have are a lot of the fresh fruits and veggies that we get to enjoy. And so that's one of the things that can sometimes arrive on a Cargo Dragon spaceship, and the crew loves it when it happens, but it's hard to get that food up to them just because it has to be fresh when it is packed and when it's launched and by the time it arrives. And sometimes that can be several days. So whenever they can do a late load of that cargo and get some of those fresh fruits and veggies up to them, it's always greatly appreciated. And there's always some good pictures of people juggling oranges.
SpaceX on Dragon to ground. The ground is go for depart burn 2.
SpaceX, we copy, go for depart burn 2.
So confirmation there from the core and a good readback from the Dragon spacecraft that the vehicle is go for depart burn number 2. That's expected just in about 12 minutes from now. And again, what we expect to happen here is Dragon will slew. That's just a term for adjusting its orientation or attitude. So there'll be a few Draco pulses to adjust the orientation of the spacecraft, and then we'll use a combination of those forward bulkhead and service section Dracos to perform this burn. Burn's expected to last about 43 seconds, and that really just that little of impulse because of the orbital altitude we're at will lower the perigee to our desired target, and then the burn after that will get us into our holding orbit below the International Space Station, where we'll be about 10 kilometers below space station before performing that final departure phasing burn for the afternoon.
And this is the third of those 4 departure burns. As you mentioned, this one lasting about 43 seconds. Depart burn 3, which is scheduled to be at 6:14 p.m. Pacific time, or it looks like 1:14 a.m. GMT. That would last about 42 seconds. So that'll be the next burn until we have the phasing burn later this evening, and then it'll be time for Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley to get a little shut-eye.
Before that, of course, they'll get a chance to have a meal aboard the space station, or a meal aboard Dragon. They've got plenty of food and water on board the spacecraft, of course, for the expected trip of this mission, which would have them landing tomorrow. And they really have like meal ready to eat on board the Dragon spacecraft. We actually have a question here from the Denver OG. How many Gs do they experience on reentry? So Gs here referring to the gravitational force that they'll experience from the reentry forces. Took a look at the data earlier from the Demo 1 mission as well as some of our simulations, and we're expecting the crew to experience somewhere around 4 to 5 Gs during reentry. A lot of that will actually happen when the chutes deploy. Then on the way up, I believe they experienced on the order of 3 to 4 Gs during Falcon 9's ascent. So nothing too far out of family for the crew members.
So this view of Crew Dragon is from the International Space Station, and these cameras can actually be controlled by flight controllers in Mission Control Houston. Joint operations with Mission Control Houston have ended now that Crew Dragon is outside of the approach ellipsoid. It is entirely under the supervision of Mission Control here in Hawthorne. However, Houston is still monitoring the status of the astronauts and the vehicle. But these cameras can be controlled by teams on the ground. They help us to find what we're looking for whenever the astronauts are on a spacewalk, or to get a better view of an arriving or departing spacecraft as we have today. Crew Dragon looking pretty small compared to how we saw it just even 40 minutes ago. Just before undocking, you can see the trunk there near the top of your screen, and then Crew Dragon's capsule down at the bottom, and that's the only portion that will return tomorrow and splash down in the ocean. The trunk itself will be jettisoned and will burn up upon re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere.
We got another question from David Hernandez about if the Dragon crew vehicle will be visible from Earth. There were actually some really cool photographs when the ISS had passed in front of the sun while Dragon was attached, and you could actually make out on those photographs from a telescope the silhouette of the Dragon vehicle. I think right now, if you had a telescope pointed at the right direction, you might be able to see it, sort of depending on whether the sun was behind the vehicle or not. But definitely not visible with the naked eye. So would definitely need some help from a telescope.
And your telescope would have to be set just perfectly because Crew Dragon is still moving very quickly. Right now it looks like Crew Dragon and the International Space Station are flying 261 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean and moving at about 17,500 miles an hour. So don't want to miss it.
So we have a question from Supermom HK fan, actually from their 5-year-old. Why does the rocket need a heat shield? And in this case, I mean, Dragon technically it does have rockets on board, although we usually refer to it as the spacecraft. But Dragon has a heat shield on board to handle the intense heat from reentry. So as Dragon hits the Earth's atmosphere, we're going to slow it down a little bit, but we really use the atmospheric drag to slow down the spacecraft. And as the Dragon spacecraft hits into that part of the Earth's atmosphere, it'll actually compress the air and form a plasma at the base of the heat shield. And that plasma is very hot, very, very hot from the friction and compression.
And they'll reach at approximately 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit on the outside of the vehicle. That's probably not uncommon for Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, considering they both live in Houston. They're probably used to pretty hot temperatures outside, but they'll be nice and cool inside with air conditioning, as anybody in Houston, Texas knows is a necessity.
Yeah, actually, when we get to that phase in the mission, ground controllers here in Hawthorne will do a check on the internal temperatures, potentially run some cooling, because before we get to that phase, we'll actually detach the trunk, and with that goes our ability to radiate away heat. So we'll actually do some pre-cooling on the cabin and flow some nice cool air to Bob and Doug during that pretty toasty portion of the mission.
And a cool little glimpse right here, you can see Crew Dragon and the nose cone open, and that will remain open until after the deorbit burn tomorrow. They'll be using those forward bulkhead thrusters to make that burn. It'll be the longest that we see throughout the return home to slow Crew Dragon down enough to drop it out of orbit and bring it back into Earth's atmosphere. It'll then close after that burn, and it also serves as some protection for the vehicle upon reentry.
Yeah, it protects those navigation sensors on the top of the vehicle, the ones that we were getting those cool infrared camera views of the space station with, and what we also use for relative navigation when we're in proximity ops with the station. All of those underneath there. And actually, just coming up in about 4 minutes from now, we'll get a brief glimpse at those forward bulkhead Dracos. They'll be used during this next burn, departure burn number 2. Again, expected to last about 43 seconds to bring or reduce the perigee, get that a little bit lower.
So we'll be looking for that burn at 5:27 p.m. Pacific time, or 12:27 a.m. GMT. That is the time zone the astronauts have been used to when living aboard the International Space Station, but now that they have departed, They will begin shifting their time zone back to life on Earth and back to that of Houston, Texas, which is Central Time.
Got another question here from Kevin Shannon about who the core is and what their role is in astronaut and vehicle health. The core is a position here in Hawthorne Mission Control, very similar to the Capcom role at Johnson Space Center. Stands for Crew Operations Responsible Engineer. And really, they are responsible for understanding all of the procedures that the crew run, as well as looking out for the crew and providing them updates on the status of the vehicle. They synthesize information from the other mission controllers, as well as think ahead to things that the crew will need to know to conduct their actions on orbit and transfer that information over the comm loops. So we heard a bunch of that earlier. I think on the Capcom side, that role has traditionally been an astronaut, although that may not be the case these days.
It was at one time solely astronauts who held that capsule communicator position. Nowadays, it does not have to be. It's always, though, someone who has extensive knowledge of the vehicle or of the space station or of the task at hand. So at one time, it was always an astronaut because they do have that experience in that vehicle. But now it can be any other very experienced individual. We got another question from Dylan, who asks, I believe I heard you say there's no up or down in space. Can you explain that? Well, it's when you're in microgravity and you can orient yourself whatever which way, there's not really the same up or down as we have on Earth. I'm standing on the floor right now, but when you're on the International Space Station, that floor could also be where some of the research racks that you're working on are located, and so you just flip upside down to get better access to them. So there's not necessarily an up or down because there's that gravitational pull is not as strong. They're in microgravity, and so direction really goes out the window when you become an astronaut on the space station.
Of course, orientation is still very important, so we have frames of reference defined for the spacecraft. If you noticed when we were showing views of Dragon attached to the space station, the nose cone was up, so to speak. Dragon fits to the pressurized mating adapter in a very specific way. So the guidance officer and the prop systems officer and the team here are, of course, understanding the orientation of the vehicle, but up or down is sort of a relative sensation.
And we are about a minute and a half away from departure burn 2. And this one's going to bring Dragon, it's going to lower Dragon's perigee, or the lowest point of its orbit, to below the space station. We've had Dragon above the space station at this time, but it'll be bringing it back down and in front of the space station's orbit. So it'll be a 43-second burn. And we'll be looking for that here in just about a minute now.
Really cool to still be getting these views from the International Space Station. Dragon right now is about 10 kilometers away from the space station, still retreating at a rate of 6.3 meters per second. So we probably have a pretty good lens on that camera that's giving us these views.
So a 10K. If you ever run a 10K, that's how far Dragon is from the International Space Station. And they've made pretty good time, too. They separated about at 4:35 p.m. Pacific, 11:35 p.m. GMT. So under an hour for their 10K so far. Depart burn 2 in just a few seconds. And the burn has begun. We'll be looking at a 43-second burn using a combination of service section thrusters and thrusters on the forward bulkhead, which is the area of the nose cone, or that the nose cone would be covering when it's closed.
Dragon SpaceX, burn complete, nominal burn.
Dragon copies, nominal burn.
There's confirmation from the core of a nominal burn, that burn happening just off the west coast of the United States, out over the Pacific Ocean.
And the next burn will be Depart Burn 3. That'll be almost 42 seconds, specifically 41.8 seconds. And that will occur at 6:14 p.m. Pacific, 1:14 a.m. GMT. That'll be the last of those 4 depart burns, and then we'll be looking later tonight to the phasing burn.
Yeah, and in between them, Bob and Doug will get some time to get a meal, and of course they'll start into their sleep preparations. They get about an hour before they actually go to sleep to get some time to sort of collect themselves, do whatever pre-sleep activities that they need to do. As I understand on the space station, that is also some time for them to go hang out in the cupola, take photos, maybe talk to folks on social media.
Yes, and they love to talk to their families as well. They are able to video conference with their families every so often. It's very important to us that we keep the astronauts connected with their families. It's important for mental health, and we've seen a lot of this on Earth recently with going through the coronavirus pandemic, people being apart from each other, and we've seen people connecting virtually now more than ever. And so that's something that the astronauts have been doing for a long time and dealing with isolation. And so we have teams on the ground that research how they are able to deal with that. And it also feeds into the future of spaceflight. You know, looking at when we go out on these missions to the moon and eventually Mars, that the astronauts will be gone for extremely long periods of time. How do we give them the opportunity to feel at home, to feel connection with people back here on Earth?
Yeah, especially interesting problem when you consider that Mars is just the light and signal delay can create either anywhere from a 25-minute delay to about a 45-minute delay, which is actually part of the reason why it's even more impressive about like Perseverance and the other Mars rovers that have to do everything totally autonomously. There's really no time for a ground operator to issue a command and then see if it worked. But that adds an interesting aspect to connecting with your families, because that's a long time to have to wait for a reply.
It would be. Now, a lot of the research we're doing right now on the space station is in preparation for that. We've got the Artemis missions coming up. We're looking to go back to the moon for the first time in almost 50 years, and that's scheduled to be in 2024. We'll be putting the first woman and the next man on the moon, and so a lot of the research we're doing on the International Space Station is paving the way for how we're going to establish a more permanent human presence on the lunar surface.
So next expected burn is departure burn number 3. That's expected at 6:14 p.m. Pacific time, or that would be about 1:14 a.m. UTC or GMT or Greenwich Mean Time. And again, as mentioned previously, 41.8 second burn that will use a similar combination of service section and forward bulkhead Draco thrusters. Those service section thrusters to really provide attitude control, make sure that the forward bulkhead thrusters are pointed at the correct location, and then those forward bulkhead Dracos providing the majority of the impulse for that burn to reduce, to finalize us in an orbit that is co-elliptic with the station, so on a similar ellipse, but with the highest point being about 10 kilometers below the current space station altitude.
And speaking of those forward bulkhead thrusters, we have another Ask NASA question. So a reminder, if you are watching on social media, on Twitter, go ahead and use the hashtag AskNASA. Send us your question, and we'll see if we can get that answered on air. So this one's from Gary. He wants to know why the nose cone can't be closed now, and it's because we're not done using it yet. That won't be closed until tomorrow after the deorbit burn. So we've seen those first 3 burns now accomplished, and looking forward to departure burn 3 coming up next. And they will once again use those forward bulkhead thrusters that are located under the nose cone. So don't want to cover those up just yet, but it will be closed prior to reentry.
Yeah, another note there is there's also a number of navigation sensors beneath the nose cone that help Dragon know where it's pointing in space and also help it communicate with those tracking and data relay satellites. So not only is it for those burns, and we have a couple of big ones left before this mission is complete, but also to help Dragon know just where is it around planet Earth.
We've got a question from Hurricane Force who asks, how can kids work toward being future astronauts or work with NASA? That's a great question, and I will give some advice that the astronauts give. I've always heard them say to pick something that you love to do, because the path to being an astronaut is very, very difficult, and it requires a lot of studying and learning and growing in your field, and so that's much easier to do if you enjoy what you're doing. And so typically we would encourage you to pick something in the science, technology, engineering, or math career or field, and then pursue a career there. And then we have astronaut applications open every few years or so. We pick just around a dozen astronauts to come and go through 2 years of training, which will set them up for readiness of future missions. But working with NASA has a lot of different career opportunities. Obviously, I work in communications, and so NASA needs people to help tell the story. So even if maybe STEM is not necessarily your thing, you can still have a great part of NASA and be part of the NASA family.
I think the best piece of advice I've heard from crew members and otherwise is to stay curious. And if there's something that sounds really interesting to you, don't take someone else's word for it. Go do your own research. Stay curious about it. Go learn about it, and you will probably become the person who knows more than anyone else about it. That's a real good way to get to work on cool things like this. Well, this is an interesting question, and I'm not sure I know the answer to it. This is a question from Lucas the Hunter. What does space smell like?
I personally haven't been, so I haven't had the opportunity to try it. But I've heard a few different things from the astronauts. One has said it smells like burnt cookies or burnt steak. So the common theme there is it smells a little like something that burned. So, like I said, I haven't gotten to try it out.
Dragon SpaceX, no rush, but please let us know when it is okay to come back on board with video.
So the core there, just relaying to the crew. We have cameras, of course, aboard Dragon that we've been looking at earlier. Relaying to the crew that we've had those off for their privacy so they could doff their suits, and requesting if we could come back aboard.
And SpaceX, you're welcome to come on board at this time, and we've just wrapped up our timer for suit drying.
Copy all. Thank you so much.
And Doug there referring to the drying time for the suits. So, of course, any perspiration, any wetness in the suits just from having people in them, we want to try to dry that out, make sure that the suits are nice and clean, wouldn't have any possibility of getting kind of gross or building up any sort of microbes. In fact, when we got first to station, we did a longer drying period, and the crew wiped down the suits with some cleaning wipes just to make sure that there was nothing that would grow in there for the 2 months that we were on station, and conducting a similar operation right now.
So another walkthrough of everything that's happened today. If you're joining us now, or if you weren't here for the start of our broadcast, we joined the International Space Station while the astronauts were still on board the space station with their other three counterparts. That's NASA's Chris Cassidy and Anatoly Ivanishin and Ivan Wagner of Roscosmos. And then we saw the crew board the Crew Dragon, say, farewell, and don their suits or put their suits on and close that hatch of Crew Dragon, followed up shortly by NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy closing the hatch on the space station side, known as the APAS hatch. We then stepped into the vestibule depressurization. That's the space in between the hatches that was exposed to vacuum whenever Crew Dragon departed. And we saw an on-time departure. Separation occurring at 4:35 p.m. Pacific time. That's 11:30 p.m. GMT, or the time used aboard the International Space Station. We had those 2 short bursts using the thrusters on Dragon and the umbilical detaching, those hooks releasing, the 12 hooks releasing Dragon from its home for the past couple of months. So after that, we saw the first 3 departure burns of Crew Dragon, those first 2 bringing it up and over the International Space Station. The astronauts were then able to take off their spacesuits after that burn was completed, and then we just saw departure burn 2, which has lowered Dragon's perigee and brought it down below the International Space Station at all times. So next up for us will be departure burn 3. We're looking for that at 6:14 p.m. Pacific, 1:14 a.m. GMT.
Been a pretty busy day for Bob and Doug aboard Dragon. They managed to. There's actually a view of inside the cabin. So Bob and Doug out of their spacesuits. You can actually see one of their spacesuits. It's that sort of white and gray item on the left-hand side of the screen, and then it looks like that might be Bob on the right-hand side of the screen. And we're looking at a view. You can kind of see the cargo, so the seats in front of them. Looks like they've got a spacesuit in the way of this camera. But beneath the seats, they've got some storage room where we've got about 150 kilograms of cargo. A lot of that, more than half of that actually, is scientific experiments and samples coming from the research program aboard the International Space Station, which is, of course, a national laboratory. You actually had a number earlier. I think Bob and Doug combined had done
114 hours, approximately 114 hours of science in the lab while they were on the International Space Station. And of course, that doesn't count towards the upgrades that were completed outside with those battery changes that enable us to keep going further. But yes, it of course tripled the amount of time we were able to do, because that's the U.S. lab. And Chris Cassidy was, prior to the arrival of Crew Dragon, doing all this work on his own. And so having Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley come on board for a couple of months really expanded the amount of scientific research that was conducted during that time.
Yeah, some cool views of the interior of the cabin. We got a sort of a sweep around of the cameras. So right now we're looking at a camera that would sits ordinarily right behind the crew members, looking up at their displays. The view that we actually had previous to this was a view looking towards Doug Hurley's seat. And actually, when on the uphill portion of the mission, we got a quick tour of the interior of Dragon from Bob and Doug, and they gave us some insight and a quick tour of the cabin. And it looks like Bob just putting his suit away in his suit storage bag, suit drying complete. They were wearing those suits earlier, just in case they needed to. The suits really for their protection if there was a depressurization or a fire in the spacecraft. Now that we're past some of those dynamic moments close to the space station, the risk of one of those events is pretty low. The suit storage bags, though, of course, will be kept in close proximity, so if there were any sort of anomaly later on in the mission, Bob and Doug could quickly get into them. And pretty cool. They're actually pretty much a single-piece design. They can be put on within less than 15 minutes.
As you mentioned, I think you made a good call. It looked like a polo and some khakis to me. So they're now out of those suits and able to relax until before the deorbit burn tomorrow.
Probably a lot of Velcro on those as well, I'm guessing. I know on space station side they tend to have a lot of Velcro on pretty much every surface.
Yes, it's interesting. The astronauts use Velcro on, their pant legs will have strips of Velcro, and anything that they work with, their spoon or some, like their drink bags might have a little spot of Velcro on the other side, so that way if they need to put it down, they can't really put it down, and they don't want it to float away and become lost in the recesses of the vastness of the International Space Station, and so they can just tack it to their little Velcro spot on their little pants leg and come right back to it.
Yeah, and you might wonder how something would float away. There's actually a couple of things. One, it's really hard to impart something with no force. if you've watched videos of crew members on the space station sort of playing with their food or playing with drink bags, they might put something and it'll start to twist and turn, move. They'll grab it, move it close to them, and it'll start to twist and move. And the other, there's actually a life support reason for doing that as well. As the crew members are exhaling carbon dioxide in the life support system from all the fans and scrubbers on board your spacecraft,
Configuring for our sleep period.
We copy all.
So we heard some words there from the Corps talking up to the crew, talking about adjusting the timeline. So the crew actually have a set of tablets aboard that has a copy of the timeline. And of course, as we are conducting burns during the mission, there might be slight adjustments based on the actual performance of the vehicle. And so some of those timeline adjustments getting made to the crew's schedule, they have the ability to insert those adjustments from the Corps call-ups. And to make sure that they are in sync for when events are expected to happen.
been a really long day for the crew so far. Very productive, obviously. They got up and loaded the last bit of cargo, that cold stowage science research cargo, into Crew Dragon. And then just before we went live today, they had the final weather briefing, and everything looked good in the Gulf, and so a pleasant surprise based on how things have been trending the past few days. But it looks like Hurricane Isaias is going to stick to the east coast of Florida and leave a clear space for us to land in the Gulf tomorrow.
But dragging the ground with the food inventory.
And I am ready to copy.
Okay, from location 9, bag 204, we consumed 1 bottle of water. From location 10, bag 208, we consumed 1 bottle of water. From location 11, bag 317, we consumed 1 dinner. And from location 12, bag 321, we consumed 1 dinner.
I copy 1 water consumed from each bag 204 and 208, and 1 dinner consumed from bags 317 and 321. Thanks for the report.
And Anna, I have a issue with the
So cool. Got some words there from the Corps, just giving us a quick check-in on their supplies.
Timeline. It just started. I had a functioning timeline, and now I don't.
And Dragon SpaceX, we lost you perhaps through some blockage through part of that call. Can you repeat, please?
Yes, the timeline application on my tablet gives me a error message that says Safari cannot open the page, and then it's got a HTML address because your iPad is not connected to the internet.
And can you confirm that Wi-Fi is off and airplane mode is on?
Yes, Wi-Fi is off and airplane mode is on. If you have the display cameras up, I'll try to show it to you.
We will take that. We are coming up on a ground station pass, and we have the display camera up. And Dragon SpaceX, can you bring that a little bit closer? Dragon SpaceX, we got a good image of that. Thank you. We will look into that and get back to you. And to be clear, this is just happening, Bob, on your tablet, not on Doug's.
Yeah, it's just happening on my tablet. I did have a fine timeline before, but when we started investigating to set up to load the changes that you just read up to us, it went to that page instead of the timeline that I had before.
Copy all. We'll dig into it and get back to you. Thanks.
So that was the Corps checking in with the crew aboard Crew Dragon. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley reporting Bob Behnken's trying to monitor his timeline and having a little glitch, but they're working it out on the ground. But yes, a busy day for the astronauts. As we mentioned, they ingressed the hatch. We saw them don their suits and then eventually closed Crew Dragon's hatch and began the departure process. In the meantime, Chris Cassidy, the commander of the International Space Station, closed the space station side of the hatch. It's called the APAS hatch, in preparation for the vestibule to be depressurized. So they brought that level down to a vacuum because that would be what is exposed to once Crew Dragon departs the International Space Station. And then we were set up for all of the undocking procedures.
Yeah, of course, during that process, there was also a leak check of the suits. Bob and Doug were suited up while we underwent vestibule depressurization, and they were also suited up when we did the first of the 2 departure burns. Before that, we'd had to do a little bit of reconfiguration on the vehicle. So we had the umbilicals retract. There's a couple of power and data umbilicals, basically electrical connections that connect the docking system and the Dragon spacecraft to the systems aboard the International Space Station. We stopped providing power through those, retracted those umbilicals, and then along the vestibule there's a set of 12 hard capture hooks. Those hooks actually provide the seal on the vestibule and keep all that precious breathable gas in there. So we detached those, and then there was 2 undock burns, very, very quick, like less than a second burns, that used those service section Dracos to propel Dragon a little bit away from the spacecraft, followed by our 3 departure burns.
Yes, and all of those burns were conducted nominally, and all of them conducted on time. Everything has been like clockwork today for Crew Dragon, and so with all of those 4 departure burns complete, the next will be the phasing burn. But the crew, as you saw just a moment ago, a view from inside the cabin, they are now outside of their suits. They're able to kind of relax. There they are. It looks like Bob Behnken there monitoring and maybe even troubleshooting that little glitch he saw while monitoring the timeline. But everything moving smoothly for Crew Dragon, and in the background there you can see Doug Hurley looking out the window. Let's see, the International Space Station is currently flying over Australia, just came up across the coast, and I'm sure it's a great view. So Crew Dragon is not too far from them because now their orbit is roughly co-elliptic, meaning they stay about 10 kilometers beneath the space station at all times.
Yeah, so Dragon right now just coming up on the west coast of Australia, and looks like they're in an orbital daytime, which you can see, and you can actually kind of get a sense for how bright it would get in the cabin without those window shades. One of the next activities that the crew will get is an opportunity for some rest. They'll get 8 hours of sleep in the Dragon capsule, and so when they do that, they'll put on some window shades just to make sure that they aren't getting that bright light from the reflection, from 1, directly sunlight entering through the windows, and 2, from, I'm sure, the beautiful reflection of that sunlight off the Earth's surface. And ground team's actually coordinating with the crew a little bit, so we've been hearing regular calls up from the core, the crew operations responsible engineer, up to the crew about burn performance, upcoming milestones and events. We had the crew give us a little bit of an inventory of their supplies, let us know that it looks like they got through a meal on board. And actually, that's kind of an interesting thing to talk about. So we were talking about location 9 and 23 and a couple of other locations. Dragon looks like a very, very clean vehicle on the interior, but actually behind a lot of those panels are actually stowage locations. You can actually see a couple of those here on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see that there's some stowage areas behind those panels. So ordinarily those panels stowed inside, we've got bags designed by the SpaceX team that fit inside of them, and then inventory of supplies, water, medical supplies, of course crew personal supplies, and food. Looks like right now Bob getting some great snaps of Australia. I'm pretty excited to see what those turn out to look
Yeah,
like.
absolutely. I've been very impressed with their photography skills while on board the International Space Station. And astronauts, before they depart for the space station, actually get a little bit of a photography class from our teams at Johnson Space Center. So it helps them determine a target and how to frame it, because Earth observation is a really important part of some of the research that we do. As we mentioned, it looked like earlier Doug Hurley was able to get a picture of Hurricane Isaias, and we've seen, you know, land changes over the years from the International Space Station, tropical storms and hurricanes, and so it's an important part of what we do aboard the space station by doing those Earth observations.
And of course, also getting some opportunities to look at the heavens as well. We got some cool photos earlier of Comet Neowise from the International Space Station above all of the atmospheric distortion that you would see on the ground. Of course, when ground telescopes look at those, especially the large telescopes, they've got active control mechanisms to try to deal with the disturbance created by subtle motions of the Earth's atmosphere. But if you can put a telescope above the Earth's atmosphere, then you don't have to deal so much with those disturbances. So Bob and Doug, where they're at, pretty thin on the atmosphere, and able to get some great photos of Neowise as well.
Taking every second they get to take a look outside of the windows, some last views from orbit before returning to Earth tomorrow. So Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are riding right now in the Crew Dragon Endeavour. Not a lot scheduled for the next few hours except their crew sleep period, which will come up at, let's see, well, they'll get a pre-sleep opportunity to conduct any of those nighttime routines they might have at 7:40 Pacific, and then they will go to sleep about an hour later. And then we'll be looking for the next burn. That'll be the biggest one we've seen so far, taking place at 10:48 p.m. Pacific, and that is 5:48 a.m. GMT. So that's the phasing burn. We will be looking forward to that. The crew will already be asleep, and that burn will last over 6 minutes.
It's a pretty big burn as well. It's what gets the spacecraft aligned on the right trajectory for the landing site. Again, our primary landing site is off the coast of Florida, the west coast of Florida, and the Gulf of Mexico. That'll be near Pensacola, Florida. And we've got a backup site near Panama City in Florida. And so those burns pretty important to get Dragon aligned on that. Dragon will be coming up on what's called an ascending trajectory. So if you imagine the Dragon spacecraft sort of coming, it'll be moving up from sort of the southwest corner of Florida up to the northeast corner of Florida, and that pathway up along the northeast is ascending relative to the equator. If Dragon were coming down the opposite direction, so if it were coming from sort of the central part of the United States down towards Florida, then we'd refer to that as a descending opportunity. It sort of just has to do with how you define the ellipse in orbit. Actually, we got some really cool views of the interior of Dragon, and that ties pretty well to a question on social from Infinity Gabe. So there's so much room in Dragon, they're walking around. Can you go into more depth on the vehicle's dimensions? Yeah, sure can, actually. So just making sure I get the numbers right. The capsule itself is about 13 feet in diameter at its base, and actually going up to the top of the nose cone, it's about 16 feet. The nose cone is actually pretty big, so I think it's about 4 feet for the nose cone. All of that is not necessarily habitable space. Below that is the forward hatch, and then you've got sort of the bulk of Dragon. The interior volume of the vehicle is 326 feet cubed, about, so 9.2 meters cubed for our metric friends. And there's plenty of space in there. I hear it can get a little bit crowded when you've got 4 crew members in there, but of course you can use the entire volume.
And this question from Julia asking if the crew gets jet lagged when they land. It's going to be interesting. They've tried to sleep shift their schedules as much as possible today so that they are awake and able to monitor these major dynamic parts of the mission, the burns and things like that. So today they woke up at about their normal time, but in the middle of the day they got a 3-hour nap. And so later tonight, they will take an 8-hour sleep period, getting the opportunity to get well rested before tomorrow. They won't get a nap tomorrow on Crew Dragon before splashing down. But I'm not sure if they get jet lagged. I'm sure that there's some amount to get used to when your time zone changes that much from GMT to CT where they're going in Houston.
Well, I also wonder how much the adrenaline probably kicks in for them because they've been training for this for a while. Actually, earlier this week we had an opportunity to do what we refer to as on-orbit training, so giving them a brief refresher about what to expect during the deorbit opportunity. Of course, both Bob and Doug underwent a tremendous amount of training with the teams here, a number of simulations, but they've been on space station for 63 days, about 2 months. And so that refresher on what calls to expect, what their responsibilities are, what the ground is expected to do, and what kinds of actions they might be required to take during the descent portion of the mission. Always good to get that refresher. Dragon, of course, is a completely autonomous spacecraft, so hopefully all Bob and Doug will need to do is enjoy the ride back down. And here's a question from Amy's kiddo, Ben. He'd like to know if the astronauts sleep in their seats in the capsule or if there's different sleep space. So actually, when the crew get into their pre-sleep period and then for their sleep configuration, they've got sleeping bags, and they're kind of like camping sleeping bags, except they've got a couple of cutouts where they can sort of have their hands out if they want to and get some of that nice flow. Cabin temperature is about 76 degrees right now, so like it's pretty nice and comfortable in there. So they'll stow those either in the seat buckets, or actually they can stow and secure their sleeping bags below the seats over the cargo and kind of spread out and get some space. But from what I hear, both options are pretty comfortable. And it was actually kind of interesting looking through the training. We had actually done some demonstrations of that with some of our engineers and crew members up in our capsule simulator, getting some shut-eye to demonstrate that you could sleep in the capsule.
And it's funny, one of the things that the astronauts really get a choice of on the space station is they have those cutouts for their arms. And some people like to strap their arms down because in microgravity, your arms just naturally float up to this, about this area, halfway up, kind of looks like a zombie state. So crew members have the option if they want to strap their arms in and snuggle up, or they can just let them float free. And this question from Enulia, wondering if the muscles of the astronauts weaken after their trip to space. We do a lot of counteractive measures while the astronauts are in space. One of those being they typically, or they work out 2 hours a day every day. We have a couple of different exercise devices up there. We have a treadmill. And of course, it's kind of difficult to work out in space. You can't run on a treadmill like you would on Earth because you just bounce right off. And so they have bungees that they attach to that keep them pulled down and running on that treadmill. We actually had an astronaut run the Boston Marathon while in space once, so that was impressive. And then additionally, they have something called the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device, or the ARED, and that can be configured for a lot of different exercises. Anything you can think of. They can do squats with it, bicep curls, they can even do crunches with it. And so by using all of these these exercise devices, they also have like a little bicycle on the space station, or the stationary bike. By using all of those, we help keep their bone density strong and their muscles strong, so that when they can return to Earth, they're strong and they're able to get back to normal life pretty quickly.
Yeah, and actually, it's that's an interesting point. So I think a lot of people, when they think of lifting weights on Earth, you lift a weight and it's heavy, and you exercise your muscle groups and go through whatever repetitions you need to work on your physical fitness. But of course, in microgravity, any action that you want your muscles to act against needs some kind of resistive force, because your weights would be free falling with you, and so they'd effectively weigh nothing. That's actually part of the, one of the cool reasons why Bob and Chris Cassidy were able to move around those massive many 100-kilogram battery assemblies on the exterior of the space station. If you're all falling at the same rate, then you don't have to worry about the carrying it. So on the ARED, it's a resistive device. You've almost got like resistive bands, if you will, that are counteracting the motion of the crew's muscle. And so when they're exercising against that resistance. Some really pretty views from the interior of Dragon. Looks like we might actually have a call here from Bob shortly.
And SpaceX Endeavour, could you secure the cameras, please?
And by secure, you mean go external on the cameras?
Yep, that would be great.
Consider it in work.
So of course, we can move the camera views from interior to exterior. We saw a little bit of that earlier today when the crew were donning and doffing their suits, give them a little bit of privacy. And when we get to the sleep period as well, we will take the camera views exterior.
We've got an Ask NASA question from
Dragon
Jim.
SpaceX cameras are external.
Thank you.
This one's actually a fun Ask NASA question from Jim on whether Dragon will lose radio contact during the re-entry burn. And actually, so I think there's something interesting here. During the deorbit burn, which is that final burn, Dragon will not lose radio contact. However, when Dragon re-enters into the Earth's atmosphere, because of the compressive forces on the atmosphere, you end up getting heating on the air as Dragon sort of slams into the Earth's surface, and that heating gets high enough to turn that air into a plasma. Well, it also turns out that plasma is a very good conductor of electricity, so you end up creating sort of an electromagnetic shield around Dragon that is very hot but also blocks radio contact. And so during re-entry of spacecraft, we do expect to see a loss of communications or a communications blackout while that plasma buildup occurs. That'll last a few minutes, and then we'll expect to get communications back with the spacecraft.
And we have another question, this one from Rachel, actually from Matthew, who is 13, who wants to know, how does the Dragon capsule attach and detach from the International Space Station? Well, we saw the full detachment today when it undocked from the space station, that separation occurring on time at 4:35 p.m. Pacific, 11:30 p.m. GMT. And when Dragon arrives at the International Space Station, there are a series of hooks that drive into the International Space Station's docking adapter and secure it to the vehicle. Additionally, there is an umbilical that attaches to the International Space Station and allows power to flow from the station into Crew Dragon. Today we saw the reversal of that. The 12 hooks around Dragon, there are 2 sets of 6. Those detached and that umbilical detached as well, and shortly after there were 2 short pulses, small burns to help separate Dragon from its home for the past couple of months aboard the International Space Station. So it's a series of events really that help Dragon attach and detach from the station.
Got another question here from Yeshwant. How many parachutes does Crew Dragon have? So Dragon has 2 sets of parachutes. We have drogue parachutes that are designed to slow us down from sort of our re-entry speeds to something a bit more palatable for the main chutes. And then we also, there's 2 of those drogue parachutes, and then we also have a set of 4 main parachutes. So what will happen is when we get through the re-entry portion of, or when we get through the atmosphere and that heating from re-entry, the Dragon sensors aboard the spacecraft will detect both the atmospheric pressure as well as the altitude as read by its onboard altitude sensors. And once we hit the designated pressure and altitude, then we'll deploy those drogue parachutes. They actually sit above the side hatch on the vehicle. So we'll pop off some panels there and shoot out the drogue chutes. And then when the drogue chutes sort of reef, so that's a slow opening of the parachute, and deploy, they will be open for a short period of time before exerting enough force on the main chutes to actually pull them out. And there will be 4 main chutes that will bring Dragon down to a pretty soft landing speed, just a few meters per second before we touch down, splash down into the ocean.
We have another question from Jamie asking, will Crew Dragon go into a museum after this mission, or will it be reused? Crew Dragon is designed for reusability, and so after splashdown, it will go to post-processing at a SpaceX facility in Florida. They will take a look at how the vehicle performed, and all of the things that we learned on this mission are going to help inform the steps for the next mission. This was a test mission called Demonstration Mission 2, and so all the things that we learned from the vehicle, any changes that need to be made, those will be implemented on future spacecraft, including for Crew 1, which is coming up in just a couple of months.
Another question here from Steve about the duration of a shift at Mission Control. So I'm actually not sure what the duration of the shift is at Johnson Space Center, but here in Hawthorne, shifts tend to be between 9 and 10 hours, sort of depends on the mission and the phase of flight. As we sort of talked about earlier, each of the phases, or each of the shifts specializes in a certain phase of the mission. So, for example, our phasing shift, if the duration needs to be pretty short because of the overall duration of the mission, they may not have a full 8-hour shift. So it really kind of depends, but somewhere between 8 and 10 hours is a good number.
And it's about the same for Mission Control Houston. It is staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So we actually have 3 orbits is what we call them. Orbit 1, Orbit 2, Orbit 3. And those people divide up the day and take care of everything going on the International Space Station.
Here's a fun one from Darren. Have any of you played Kerbal Space Program? Definitely have played Kerbal Space Program. There's, in fact, a couple of my friends upstairs. Apparently, there's a mod for Kerbal Space Program where you can write your own flight computer software and try to launch the spacecraft totally autonomously. So a few folks upstairs who work in flight software are pretty good at that. But it is a very fun physics simulator for rockets.
I can't say I've played it, but I have friends that love it. And another question, what happens to the Dragon trunk when it's released, and when will Crew Dragon Demo 1 trunk be removed from space? The Crew Dragon trunk that is released tomorrow will burn up upon re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. It won't return with the Crew Dragon capsule that will splash down in the Gulf of Mexico, but instead it will be jettisoned. We won't need it anymore. And as for the Crew Dragon Demo 1 trunk, I'm not positive on that information.
Well, the Crew Dragon Demo 1 trunk would have re-entered after Demo 1. Sort of the phasing of, or the time when the trunk is jettisoned happens, just let me double check my notes here, happens right before we perform our deorbit burn, but at that point you're actually in reasonable amounts of the Earth's atmosphere. So over time that picks up enough drag and would re-enter it by itself. Here's a question from Akash about what the Draco thrusters are powered by. So the Draco thrusters, and actually the Super Dracos as well, use a fuel called monomethylhydrazine and an oxidizer called nitrogen tetraoxide. They're referred to as a hypergolic propellant. So what that means is when you combine the two, they combust, and then of course we combust them in a converging diverging nozzle and are able to take the force created by that controlled explosion and use it to propel the spacecraft. Now on the Super Dracos, it's just a much higher flow rate of those two propellants into a slightly different nozzle structure, and so the higher flow rate allows us to get higher Gs, which allowed us to actually separate during our in-flight abort test from a Falcon 9 at maximum dynamic pressure, or the highest forces aerodynamically on the vehicle.
This question from Nathan asks, this mission has 2 astronauts. Crew 1 and Crew 2 flights will have 4. Are there any plans to fly in the 7-seat configuration? Right now, NASA is focused on flying 4 crew members aboard the commercial Crew Dragon vehicle. At this time, there aren't plans to fly in the 7-seat configuration, but it's really nice to have that capability, and SpaceX may be able to use that in the future for other missions.
Here's a question from Chance asking how the astronauts on board the International Space Station are able to work out when there's no gravity. It's actually because of resistive exercising devices. So here on Earth, you've got gravity to sort of provide weight to things, and your muscle groups counteract the weight of if you're lifting weights, of those weights, and you're able to exercise them. But you actually have some pretty cool equipment on board the space station to help the crew exercise.
Yeah, we have a lot of really cool equipment on the station, and one of those being the treadmill. And the astronauts can run on it. It's pretty much like a normal treadmill, except it has it's like 2 tethers, and they're bungees, essentially. And so that keeps the astronaut from floating off every time that he or she takes a step on their run. We also have the ARED, the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device, can be configured for dozens of different workouts. And then a stationary bicycle as well. The astronaut can strap in and take a ride.
So I have a question here from Dewono. Is there any way we can view the panel in front of Crew Dragon that the crew are interacting with online? And actually, there is a way you can do that. There is a website, iss-sim.spacex.com, and it's actually running pretty much exactly the software that the crew are interfacing with, and you can use this to try your hand at manually piloting the Dragon spacecraft up to the International Space Station. I know a bunch of us gave this a try during the uphill portion of the mission, and I haven't met anyone yet who's done it on their first try.
I thought it was going too slow, and so I walked away for a while and came back, and I had far surpassed the International Space Station. So it's a good thing that it's autonomous and I'm not piloting it.
Of course, manual piloting being one of the capabilities that the Dragon spacecraft has. The crew can step in and perform manual translations and attitude maneuvers if they needed to. They can also do that if they needed to adjust locations of the port that they're attached to on the space station. So all parts of the capabilities of a pilot being able to fly the spacecraft.
Another question, what kind of experiments are conducted on the International Space Station? It's a wide variety of experiments. And not only in the lab do these occur, we are also looking at how astronaut bodies react to the International Space Station and life for extended periods of time in microgravity. As we mentioned, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley were able to spend 114 hours devoted toward science and research over the past couple of months, 63 days to be exact. One of the really interesting studies that I learned about was the capillary structures study. So this studies the use of different structures and containers to manage fluids and gases. And so what happened was Doug Hurley used fruit punch, and I didn't know this, but fruit punch physical properties are similar to urine. So he conducted a foam infill demonstration. So basically what he did was used a long tube from the bag of fruit punch into another container that had a block of white foam, and that may seem simple, but it helps researchers better understand capillary forces, and those are the small pushes and pulls that move a liquid through a tube. So the researchers are looking at how that foam holds liquid in microgravity, its resilience, and more, so that it could be potentially used on future spaceflight missions for water purification systems, and even here on the ground in water recovery systems and desalination plants. And it's just one of the examples of the way the research we do in space provides insight for life on Earth as well.
Yeah, and I think something really interesting about what you mentioned there is capillary forces are very small relative to a lot of the other forces acting on them. So if you're trying to conduct an experiment like that on Earth, it's hard to do. You've got to try to construct an environment where you can try to account for the pull of gravity, trying to force all the fluid in a specific direction. Of course, in microgravity, you don't have that problem because everything is in a state of free fall, so you're able to better counteract some of those forces. So it helps you build much better models, which then allow us to do more precise engineering and scientific study here on Earth.
Another Ask NASA question, how big is the International Space Station? It is pretty big. It is actually the size of a football field from end to end, solar arrays included, and the interior is the habitability space inside that our astronauts can actually float in and live in is about the same size as the interior of a 747 aircraft. We also like to say like a 6-bedroom house. They have a bay window. They have a space to eat and share meals together. They have, their own crew quarters, and their crew quarters are where they strap their sleeping bags and get to go to sleep at night. It's about the size of a small closet, so it's not big, but it's really all you need. And some people put up pictures in there and really make it their own while they are away from home.
So I got a question here from Moneybeep. Hi, can you please elaborate how to interpret these paths going orbital and then in straight lines and then 2 curved dips? Thank you. So I think what he might be got to read the whole question.
I love it. So polite.
I think what you're referring to are these graphics. So one way to interpret this is the distance to the International Space Station. And really what we're trying to convey here is that the spacecraft, both the International Space Station and Dragon, are on ellipses. And their ellipses are only the same when they're both attached to each other. When they separate from each other, what we're trying to capture is the apogee and the perigee, so the highest point and the lowest point, as well as capturing time. So on this graphic right now, we're showing sort of time. So at depart burn 0, we've got the Dragon spacecraft moving a distance away from the space station. So that's what that first curve represents. And then at depart burn 1, sort of the vertical axis here is trying to represent the apogee or the highest points of the orbit. That is, Dragon is moving a little bit higher above the space station's orbit. And moving away from it. Then, as we were talking about earlier, because of orbital mechanics, going into a higher orbit and the sort of interaction between centripetal force and gravitational force, spacecraft that are further out will go slower on their orbits. So as we go into a higher orbit, represented as the sort of the up-down direction on this photo, we'll end up falling behind the International Space Station. At the time that we perform departure burn 2. Now, at departure burn 2, we're actually reducing the overall apogee and perigee of the spacecraft to get into a point where we're about 10 kilometers below the space station. And again, because of how speeds in ellipses around orbits work, we'll end up speeding up and sort of moving ahead of the space station. Finally, there is shown the departure phasing burn. So what those two burns are showing, and you can actually kind of tell from the dashed line there, is just trying to show that the apogee and perigee of Dragon over time is moving up and down until we actually do that final deorbit burn. And that deorbit burn isn't actually a direct drop into the atmosphere, but it puts us onto an ellipse that will land us close to our targeted landing site near Pensacola, Florida. So hopefully that gives a little bit of an explainer of how to interpret these charts. I know the first time I saw one of these in my own training, I had no idea how to read it. And so the departure phasing burn is expected for later today. That'll be actually a pretty long burn, lasting about 6 minutes. That's expected to happen around 5:48 a.m. UTC and around 10:48 p.m. Pacific time. That'll be the last major burn for tonight. Will actually come while Bob and Doug are getting some rest in the Dragon spacecraft.
And if you're just joining us, that is along the lines of what they're getting the opportunity to do now. As Dragon is fully autonomous, they are just monitoring the mission. They are outside of their suits and able to float around the cabin. They were taking some pictures outside the window earlier. The astronauts are well on their way home after a successful undocking and departure earlier today. We saw that departure happen on time, with separation occurring at 4:35 p.m. Pacific, 11:35 p.m. GMT, the time that we use aboard the International Space Station. And that was farewell from 63 days aboard the International Space Station for Crew Dragon, undocking from the Node 2 forward port and beginning its journey home.
With that, just a couple more departure burns, or excuse me, just the phasing burn to go for today. Finish those burns with the Draco thrusters, the forward bulkhead thrusters, to get us into our right co-elliptical orbits, which will then put us in the right opportunity for those landing sites in the Gulf of Mexico. And of course, the ground teams and the recovery teams have been monitoring the weather out there with Hurricane Isaias. Luckily, the hurricane moving away from the intended landing sites and leaving some pretty nice weather. The weather teams, really the recovery teams, monitoring the surface wave heights, the slope of those waves, and including the wind speeds as well as rain and lightning strikes in the area, all things that would reduce the likelihood of a successful recovery of the vehicle. So so far, weather is looking nice and clear, everything well within margins and the flight rules for recovery.
And currently inside the Dragon capsule are Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. Coming up next for them in about 30 minutes will be their crew pre-sleep time period. That means they'll get the chance to relax, conduct any of the last activities they want to do before time for them to get a little sleep. We're looking at about an 8-hour sleep period for them tonight. And it'll be after they go to sleep tonight that that phasing burn will be conducted. As we mentioned earlier, this is a fully autonomous vehicle, so the crew doesn't need to be awake to press any buttons and send that command. The vehicle will conduct it on its own. It's pre-programmed into Crew Dragon, so hopefully they sleep right through it.
Actually, that's a great capability to have on the vehicle that allows them to get synced up with the events for tomorrow, because the spacecraft can handle those steps automatically. And really, the ground teams as well don't really have that much by way of actions that they need to perform for those burns. We perform no-go, go, or go-no-go criteria evaluation of the spacecraft health and systems, but if the spacecraft is ready to perform the burn and we see no issue to stop the burn, Dragon will perform it automatically. Speaking of which, there's a view of Mission Control here in Hawthorne. In that room, a number of specialists who focus on various different subsystems on the spacecraft, including folks who are focused on the health of the crew aboard. And then we've got a set of operators as well who are very familiar with all of the logistics of each phase of the mission. So the shift currently on, very familiar with proximity operations, both for docking and undocking operations. And we'll actually get a chance to see a shift handover to what's referred to as the phasing shift. That should happen around 9 p.m. Pacific time. So 9 p.m. Pacific time, around 4 a.m. UTC tomorrow.
Keep sending in your questions using the hashtag AskNASA. You can submit those on Twitter and tune into the broadcast to see if they are answered. We have one from Tony asking how long the other crew members will be at the International Space Station. So yes, our coverage tonight is focused on Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, who just spent 63 days aboard the station, but they left behind a few people as well, and that includes Station Commander NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, as well as Roscosmos cosmonauts Anatoly Ivanishin and Ivan Wagner. They will all be at the International Space Station until October, when they return on a Soyuz. However, they will not return until another crew has been sent up earlier in the month, also on a Soyuz spacecraft.
Right now, actually, so Dragon and the International Space Station are flying in a roughly co-elliptic orbit, meaning that Dragon is just a little bit below the space station in terms of altitude. Currently flying over, looks like over the border between Canada and the United States.
Yeah, specifically, let's see, it looks like they are flying over central North Dakota. And they're also crossing into an orbital nighttime, so it's that entering one of those sunset periods that they see every 90 minutes.
So here's a question from Chase asking about the weather. So if weather had unexpected changes when Dragon is on its way home, can the crew go around, or would they have to change the targeted landing zone? We do have the ability on board the Dragon spacecraft to perform what's called a deorbit wave-off. So if for any reason, either weather or some reason on the spacecraft, we didn't want to pursue our deorbit opportunity, then we could pursue our alternate landing site. Of course, that adds a little bit of time to the mission, so kind of depends on the phasing opportunities. But if we were to exercise a deorbit wave-off, that would add, I think, about 46 hours to the mission to go to that alternate site. Those are part of the flight rules that the recovery team will be inspecting. They'll be looking for a number of criteria against the weather and the vehicle health before committing to that deorbit burn, hopefully scheduled for early tomorrow morning.
This question from Ryan asking, how long are future Dragon missions like Crew 1 plan to last? Those missions are scheduled to be regular operational space station missions. So we plan to send the crew to the International Space Station for a full 6-month time period. That's the average amount of time that our astronauts spend aboard the International Space Station.
So if you're just joining us, we're in between a couple of burns. We've had a really busy day. And actually the crew aboard Dragon have also had a pretty busy day. Everything sort of started earlier today with the go, no-go for weather, and we were go for undock opportunities. With that, Bob and Doug ended up entering the capsule. They packed a bunch of powered cargo as well as soft cargo into Dragon's cabin volume. Then we stepped through ingress of the Dragon vehicle as well as closure of a number of hatches both on the Dragon spacecraft as well as on the International Space Station. We spent about an hour doing a depressurization check of the vestibule, so that's the volume between the Dragon forward hatch and the space station pressurized mating adapter. And then at 4:34 p.m. Pacific time, 11:34 p.m. UTC, or Greenwich Mean Time, Dragon undocked from the space station after performing some reconfigurations. Had 2 short undocking burns that then set us up for a few more burns to separate our trajectory from the space station.
Yes, we had our first couple of departure burns 0 and 1, which brought Dragon up and over the International Space Station. And at this time, the crew was good to doff or take off their spacesuits, change into some more comfortable clothes, and they won't need to put those back on until just before the deorbit burn tomorrow. Afterward, the third and fourth departure burns were completed. That brought Dragon back down and under and out in front of the space station, and that puts it on a roughly co-elliptic orbit, meaning it is always about 10 kilometers below the International Space Station. So we saw the crew for a little bit there, and they were taking some pictures inside the cabin, looking out the window. And coming up next is actually a time for them to get some rest. So in about 24 minutes from now, it'll be time for their pre-sleep period. They can do any of the relaxing or last things for the day that they need to do before they get some sleep. And that's scheduled to be about an 8-hour sleep period for the crew before waking up tomorrow morning for another busy day.
And while they're getting some rest, we'll actually have the last of the major burns planned for tonight. So that'll be that final departure phasing burn. That'll be conducted around 10:48 p.m. Pacific time. That is 7 hours, right? 5:48 a.m.
Yes, GMT.
And so we'll get a chance to do that departure phasing burn that'll line us up with our planned landing locations. Right now, planning to land in the Gulf of Mexico near Pensacola, Florida. At this point, the recovery teams all monitoring the weather down there and, of course, getting their recovery ship and teams ready to approach out to eventually pick up Bob and Doug after they re-enter the atmosphere, deploy some chutes, and hopefully have a nice soft touchdown, splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico.
it's hard to imagine just the difference at them traveling 17,500 miles around Earth, 17,500 miles an hour, I should say, to that soft, gentle splashdown at just 16 miles an hour. So a lot has to happen between now and then, but everything is looking great so far for the mission today.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned earlier that they, in their stay aboard the space station, they've gone about 26 million miles. I think that might have been the number.
Let me check, because it is definitely a number worth noting. Being on board for 63 days, they have traveled, here we go.
That entire time conducting science experiments as well. So
yeah, science experiments, spacewalks. I mean, they got to work for sure. It was definitely not a destination vacation. They traveled over 27 million miles.
27 million. Wow.
Yes.
Of course, you can go pretty fast when you're on the International Space Station. Don't have to deal too much with Earth's atmosphere and drag, so you can keep that very high orbital speed. And of course, that high orbital speed means that the spacecraft is sort of constantly missing Earth. As the Earth rotates around it and moves, we're constantly in a state of free fall around it, which is why we're actually in orbit. So Dragon right now on a similar orbital trajectory, and really will continue to be in orbit until we perform that deorbit burn that'll push our ellipse towards the Earth's atmosphere and start us on our reentry trajectory. But again, that's not planned until tomorrow morning. Got a little ways to go before that.
Dragon SpaceX for tablet. We have a couple items for you regarding it before you go to bed.
Okay, we're listening. Thank you.
All right. Following our investigation, it looks like it's likely that the caching failed on that tablet due to bad connectivity during your most recent update. So that's not something that we will be able to recover in free flight. It is possible that Doug's tablet timeline could go out as well. And so because of this, our request is to take screenshots of your working timeline for both day one primary and day one alternate. And then you can also airdrop those to Bob's tablet. Do note that to use airdrop, you'll need to temporarily turn Wi-Fi on, but it doesn't need to connect to anything. And then finally, just be aware that the tablet still has deorbit data and PDF backups of displays out required procedures in Adobe Acrobat. And only the timeline and procedure web viewer would theoretically be affected by this.
Okay, we copy all.
And you just heard the core, the crew operations responsible engineer here at Mission Control in Hawthorne, which is the view you have right now, speaking with the crew aboard the Crew Dragon Endeavour, talking a little bit more about troubleshooting that timeline that Doug Hurley wasn't able to pull up on his screen, and which is okay. You know, the crew members are not flying the vehicle; it's an autonomous flight, and so they're just going to work around that and be able to look at it on the other tablet that's available.
That's right. The crew members have a couple of different tablets aboard. They've got some hard copies of the procedures if we were to have the displays go down. They've also got some reference material that is available to them in a variety of different ways. This just being a slight glitch with the timeline application, which does appear to be working correctly on Doug's tablet. So just getting some contingency words to the crew for a backup to a backup.
And we'll be looking for the crew to enter that pre-sleep period about 13 minutes from now. And then afterward, they'll spend about an hour in that time period before they get a chance to go to sleep.
and SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground.
SpaceX is here.
Yeah, a couple old guys managed to do some airdropping up here, and we've got Bob's tablet configured now with screenshots of the day one primary and day one alternate timelines. If there's anything else you guys can think of, let us know. Otherwise, I think we're going to call it a day.
We copy, and that's great to hear that you got that configured, and we copy that you are going to go to sleep soon. One just small thing to note is that we need to change the TCS loop set point to a warmer set point, and as a part of this, we will reset the position of the hex bypass to fully closed and then back to crew. So you'll again have control of cabin temperature at that point. This will make the cabin in a temperature along the same lines as what you experienced on the uphill.
Okay, copy that. And when will we have the ability to adjust it again, just after you make the change the set point?
Yes, after we'll just change that hex bypass to fully closed and then immediately back to crew. When you go into that crew procedure, it does have the check to make sure that it is in that crew config.
Okay, and you guys are going to do that now or in a little while?
Probably in a little while.
Okay, copy that. Well, if for some reason we get into it, that procedure, need to warm it up or cool it off, we'll just check and make sure it's under the crew control part there in the procedure. Otherwise, we won't mess with it.
Sounds good, and I got a slightly closer estimate of probably around an hour and a half from now we'll be commanding that.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. And good night from Endeavour.
Good night. It is great to support you today. You will be woken up by Jay in the morning, so have a great sleep.
Thanks, Anna. It was great to talk to you, and congratulations once again. And say hi to Brian for us. It was great talking to him on station, getting set for this, and really appreciate all the work to get us undocked and in free flight and set up for our splashdown tomorrow. Really appreciate it. Everybody have a good night.
Absolutely. It's been our pleasure. Good night.
And that was a good night call from Crew Dragon Endeavour, Bob Behnken, and Doug Hurley down to the core here at Mission Control Hawthorne. They talked through some of those troubleshooting they were doing on the tablet again, and this is actually the beginning technically, in 4 minutes from now, it'll be the beginning of their pre-sleep period with their 8-hour sleep period starting an hour from now. So they'll get a chance to wrap up any of their last activities for the day over this next hour and get ready to get some sleep before another big day tomorrow.
And of course, both Bob and Doug and Anna, the core there, recognizing that there's going to be a shift handover in between. So by the time Bob and Doug wake up from their sleep period, there'll be a different set of faces in Mission Control as that shift is expected to happen just a couple hours from now, around 9 p.m. Pacific time. So nice words covering sort of a busy day for them. If you're just joining us, Bob and Doug had a chance to get a nap earlier today, and then it was a pretty packed day for them. Go no go for weather at the landing site. Luckily, all of that was go today, so weather is looking good at the primary landing site, Pensacola. Or in the Gulf of Mexico, off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. And then after that, Bob and Doug had to put some cargo into the Dragon spacecraft, so they stowed a number of scientific samples and soft cargo from the National Lab, I believe about a total of about 150 kilograms, or about 330 pounds of cargo, about 95 kilograms of which, or about 200 pounds, being scientific samples and experiments that the Dragon capsule can bring back home.
Yeah, so after loading everything up today, it was really time to load up the crew. And so they ingressed or entered the Dragon capsule, donned their suits or put their suits on, and closed that hatch, separating them from the International Space Station, which has been their home for the past 63 days. And once they did that, it was Chris Cassidy's turn on the space station side to close the A-Pass hatch, and that secured the area, meaning that it was time for them to depressurize the vestibule, which is the space between those two hatches. And they brought that down to as close to a vacuum as they could possibly go in preparation for that departure, and we saw that separation occur on time at 4:35 p.m. Pacific, 11:30 p.m. GMT earlier today.
So after that, a couple of undock burns that used those service section Draco thrusters on the Dragon spacecraft, pulled away Dragon, separated, and then we had a series of 3 burns. We had a departure burn 0, departure burn 1 and 2, as well as departure burn 3 all happening. Departure burn 0 and 1 happened about 5 minutes and 10 minutes respectively after separation. That helped Dragon get outside of the keep out sphere and the approach ellipsoid, which are sort of imaginary passes or sort of bounding spheres around the International Space Station. Keep out sphere about 200 meters in diameter, and the approach ellipsoid a 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer ellipse. All of that is really designed to help the flight control teams here in Hawthorne as well as in Johnson Space Center coordinate spacecraft that are performing operations in proximity to the International Space Station. After that, we had the departure burn number 2 and number 3, which got Dragon into its current co-elliptic orbit with the International Space Station, with its altitude being about 10 kilometers below the National Laboratory.
So now Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are, as we mentioned, on their way home in the Crew Dragon capsule. They have doffed their suits, taken those off, and put on some more comfortable clothing for the ride. And soon, in about an hour, exactly an hour from now, will begin their sleep period. And they'll get a chance to get 8 hours of shut-eye before waking up tomorrow morning. But while they are asleep, we will conduct another major burn, and that's the phasing burn. That'll happen tonight at 10:48 p.m. Pacific time, or 5:48 a.m. GMT. And that phasing burn is over 6 minutes long. It's the longest one we've seen so far, and second only to the deorbit burn tomorrow. But that phasing burn puts Dragon in the proper orbit to line it up with the targeted splashdown location. So that'll happen here in a couple of hours.
Yeah, and that is a really big burn. We'll be wanting to use the forward bulkhead Dracos. So the Dragon spacecraft has 16 Draco thrusters that we use for on-orbit operations. 12 of those are in the service section, primarily used for attitude control, and then also for performing some of those burns in close proximity to the space station, where we want to avoid the propellant potentially interacting with the hatches or the solar arrays on the space station. For this, we'll be using those service section Dracos to get Dragon into the correct attitude, and then the majority of the impulse from that burn will be delivered via those 4 forward bulkhead Dracos that are so named because they sit around the forward hatch underneath where the nose cone goes. Of course, the nose cone right now open on the Dragon spacecraft for, of course, those thrusters to fire, as well as for the navigation sensors that live underneath it, so Dragon knows where it is in space.
And tomorrow, the last major burn, it's the only one we'll see tomorrow. It's the deorbit burn, and that really commits Dragon to its landing location, or a splashdown location, we should say. This will be the first splashdown of a crewed capsule in over 45 years, the last one having been the final Apollo capsule after the Apollo-Soyuz test project 45 years ago. So it's a big day to have people returning back to Earth and a splashdown once again. And that's targeted for 11:48 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow, and that is 6:48 p.m. GMT, or Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah, and splashdown, of course, will look a little bit different than it did during the Apollo program. SpaceX has recovery teams that coordinate with the NASA teams. We'll have a recovery ship meet the crew at their capsule. There'll be a couple of fast boats that will actually lead the way and verify that Dragon is in a safe configuration once it has splashed down. And then the recovery vessel itself, once everything is confirmed safe for personnel to approach the spacecraft, the recovery vessel will actually scoot up on next to Dragon. We'll secure some harnesses around the vehicle, and then we'll actually hoist it up using a crane on the backside of the recovery vessel. Then Dragon will be secured in. The folks on board the recovery vessel will help the crew outside of the spacecraft, give them a quick medical check, and then they'll get a helicopter ride back to Florida. And then from there, they'll take a trip back onto Ellington, Texas.
Yeah, they'll make it back to Houston tomorrow. It's kind of amazing to think about being in space when you wake up and then going to bed in your hometown or your current hometown. And so that's exactly what will happen tomorrow. They'll be reunited with their families for the first time in a couple of months. Looking forward to seeing that. But yes, they will arrive at Ellington Field tomorrow afternoon and then begin getting used to gravity and life on Earth once again.
And actually, speaking of getting to sleep in their own bed, they're actually configuring the capsule right now for sleep. So the Dragon spacecraft has a number of windows that let you see outside, which is fantastic, and we saw some cool views of that during the uphill portion of the mission. But of course, as Dragon is moving around the Earth, you go in and out of the Earth's shadow, and you get the full brightness of the sun, which can be pretty disruptive to your circadian rhythm. So Bob and Doug will be securing some covers on those windows so they can get some shut-eye, dimming the cabin lights, stowing some sleeping bags in a couple of locations, maybe in the seat bucket, maybe just over the powered cargo or over the cargo storage locations. And then they get to turn on some noise generators and get some sleep.
Sounds pretty good to me. Hopefully they get some good sleep because they're going to need to be alert and very awake tomorrow for all of the big mission events. But of course, these are all autonomous, so that's one reason they're able to sleep through this phasing burn tonight. They're not going to be pushing the button to send the command to the vehicle. It is programmed into the vehicle to conduct that burn. So it's monitoring from here on out for Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley as they continue their return to Earth.
All in all, I'd say a pretty good day for him, and a pretty good day for all of us to get to watch these cool deorbit opportunities. Saw some really great photos of the Dragon spacecraft, both that Bob and Doug had taken during spacewalks, as well as some really cool shots from the cameras on board the International Space Station looking at Dragon during separation.